Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. Having a good time. Yo. 1, 2. We are in the business. We are in the building. We are in the temple. We are in the tea room. We are in our best nature. We are in our zone. We are in focus. We are in queue with you. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killah Priest, the Iron Sheik from the Middle East. I'm almost there, so prepare. I say peace. And running the rocket is none other than ADA Dizzle.
Peace, what's good? Welcome back. It's gonna be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Yo, it's going to be on and popping. Speaking of wild shows, last show was off the meat rack. It was off the dope. It was off the dome. You know what I mean? And first, let me shout out to the I gotta say it fast. To the chat room, to our moderators. We have the Oracle, Coach Kandaka in the building. She says 3 pieces. And then we have Vinny Blockage in the building. So shout out to them. And for everybody who's new coming to the podcast, we call our moderators are known as the Oracle and Architects. You know what I mean? So they're getting in the building, and I want to send a couple of shout out. Hush Nation is in the building. He says, enough respect to the podcast. Thank you. WS Banker says hip hop. And that's what we do, hip hop over here. Triple JC says, peace, AD.
Peace.
Yeah, no doubt. And we have Jimmy B. He says, much love. Ainge Fams. King Buddha says, peace. And I want to say peace to you. Somebody said, Resurrected said something that's old school. He said, meat rack. I ain't hear that in a long time. That's off the meat rack. You know what I mean? Exactly. The Cold Truth. Blessings into the Podcraft. Super Danny Salinas is in there. Black and brown power. I believe that's what that is. You got the black fist and the brown fist. We have to learn to come together at some point. That's the way we grow. As a nation, as a people, we just finished building. I was building with the good brother. Man, you're gonna be happy who's in the building. You know what I mean? You gotta love him. You know what I'm saying? He's banging. I'm gonna bring you on. You know what I'm saying? Little hint. Word. So last time we was on here, we had a good time on here. And I want to say something about Cootie Mayo, because a lot of people was talking about when Cootie Mayo was on the show, he didn't get a chance to really kick his science. But I want to play a little part of what had happened when he was on here. He wasn't prepared. Not saying that he didn't get it, but he admitted that he wasn't prepared for the show. So when Dane came on, he was a little bit more prepared. But Vinny had got Cootie Mayo on, and they did the thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happened. So let's play a little bit of that before we bring on the guest speaker for the night. Was going to take y'all to the next level. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can see it yourself. This is when Vinny was on here.
Than we all heard. Hey. So, I'm excited.
And that's, so I just wanted to say, if anybody wants to, I usually don't do this. I don't just talk and do not and show a source. All my videos, I'm showing a source of what I'm saying, and I'm showing academic stuff, not somebody's website or a Facebook page or Wikipedia only. So we get into the actual primary sources.
Okay.
We get into the first-hand account, census. We get into genealogy, oral history, anthropology, ethnology, archaeology.
All right, you can stop it right there. As you can see, when he first started off, he said he usually don't do this. So he does. What he was saying was he usually don't interact outside of his podcast. You know what I mean? And so he didn't come with sources, but he said when you go on to his thing, then he has the sources. So that's what had happened with that situation. I just wanted to let y'all know that everybody gets a fair chance when they come up on the show to build. You know what I mean? So that's what we're about. We're about sharing knowledge and building and pushing truth. You know what I mean? Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And nutshell, that's what that's about. On another note, that was it for that, AD. We have Inky coming into the building. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's going to be crazy because this is what I got. Got this right here from Dr. Inky. You know what I mean?
And what is that?
He gonna explain this. This is Camel Umanescence. Yeah, say it right. He looking at me like, come on, say it right, please. Yeah, one of those scientific names and stuff like that. I gotta let him in. Word. It's one of those numbers. I'm gonna let him put it in because it put your C2, 3 or one of the numbers he put it lines up. But I remember that much. But I've been taking it and I've been feeling real, really good, like up. You know what I'm saying? I do it in the morning and I do it in the evening. I do it at night. You know what I'm saying? So a little bit of that. Somebody said, yeah, it's sort of like a Viagra. Word. Yeah, oh yeah. They keep you, you know what I mean? I'll let him explain that. Somebody said, yo, y'all crazy in the chat room, man. Coming through. I got jokes. Yeah, I got jokes. Shout out to everybody who saw the horoscope single. I guess we just leak out the 13th. Shout out to AD. And shout out to y'all if y'all checked it out. Should we play it for him, AD, real quick before we bring in Inky?
What you talking about, Carice?
13.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. We set things up before somebody said maca powder. We're gonna talk about all of that. So all y'all questions about food, health, and all of that, get ready because Inky's gonna go in. I know it. It's gonna be crazy. All right. One more time for y'all. This is 13th. Album's gonna be crazy. I shovel the grave, pull a suit off the body, fitted on mine, Judgment Day Illuminati, light a rose petal cigarette. I take a puff, then I pluck, I'm that raw devil's biggest threat. I stare at the judge till he flared with blood. I was unprepared, she was here for the drugs. Beware the grudge, bodies cut up, underwear on the rugs. Mollies and such, gold chandeliers above. The blaze is spinning slower and slower. I fade into a coma, it's over. I wake up, blood everywhere, head in my hand. Looks like the work of a madman, gone insane. Bodies on her springs, haunted things. Then her alarm rings. I got up, dragged the corpse, the head was off. Only if the dead could talk, and with no camera support, I leave it to dreadful thoughts. She was a woman of the cloth. He was a man of the cross, part of the 10%. They weren't innocent, they were poisoning the ignorant and the lost, till they both got caught and felt my force. No remorse, I'm in the tabernacle, is raining outside the stained glass windows. The one with the head of a jackal and dark sands has crystals. Who wrote these epistles? The one with the KP initial. My blade be official, it ripped through a tissue. Since a baby, the doc said there may be some issues. Never laugh or tickle. Psychopath, my stare was cold as icicle. I never disappoint when I said I will get you. Now I'm behind you with the scalpel when it drizzle. For months I let the beef pickle. Now I'm on a train through Spain while the detectives try to solve the riddle. This Adam apple had no seeds in the middle. To the detectives, never believe what you see, just a little. You might have thought you glanced at me in the stadium as the referee blows the whistle. Then on mountain skis, know I'm following you home, holding a pistol. As you pull out your keys, I sneak up behind you real slow. Put the gun to his spine, horror run through his mind. You been looking for me, let's go. He wakes up along the ride, it's been a long drive. I told him I knew you a long time. You was just a pawn on the wrong side. We pulled up to a gate, I made a push in the cold. The gates opened up, a bunch of cars on the lawn. Time for them all to die. There was a statue of an owl. I blindfolded them. We went inside.
Are you from Silo, Minnesota?
Why, yes.
Do you know the Lakeview House?
Oh, the little hotel down on the Deerfield Road.
Where they make those wonderful pies.
My goodness. How do you know about it?
I did an article. My name is Elaine Kalisher. I work for the Travelers Review.
Oh, how nice. Moselle Beecher.
That's a beautiful crystal.
It came from Sedona. Oh, I'll bet you're here for the convention.
What convention?
Crystals.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, I'm surprised it's the biggest one in the country. You know, it would make a wonderful article for your magazine.
Maybe it would.
Here you are, Miss Beecher. The key to 871. And your room is ready.
May be checking in with us, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Hello, I'm Elaine Kalisher.
Oh, yes, Miss Kalisher. We've been expecting you.
Hey, coming soon. Well, that was it, man. That was it. We got more coming. We got more coming soon. Thank y'all for all the love. I saw you, Dave Flores. Shout out in the room. Somebody said deja vu. It does have that type of feel to it. 13 crystal skulls. Yeah. Yeah, yo, the part when I said cut his neck open to see if seeds, because that could have been a suspect line right there. No, that's how deranged I was when you cut somebody neck open just to see Adam's apple, just to see if it had seeds in it. Because you could misinterpret seeds, what that is. Right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So shout out to everybody that's out there, and that's what that meant. So I gave you an Easter egg. So that's his insane little part right there. You know what I mean? Because the psycho. So shout out to Dave Flores once again. We recovered the Cootie Mayo. Let's get ready to get started, man. Let's get this thing. We got 2 in the building, so I know there's more watching. Without further ado, you know what I'm saying? He's in the building right now. And let's bring him in. And we're about to take it off. Let me say one thing before he come in. I just want to say to everybody in the chat room, one of the most sincere forms of respect is actual listening to what another has to say. It's a jewel right there. So when the brother's coming in, nice form of respect is listening and doing the knowledge. We call it doing the one. You know what I'm saying? When you do the one, you good. But y'all know him. He been here before. He always coming with some controversy stuff. Always coming with drop knowledge. Let's give it up to Minister. I call him Doctor. You know, Minister Enqi. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister Enqi. What's good? We don't give him no. We got to give him some.
Go ahead. You're all set.
Still can't hear you. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. What's good with you, my brethren?
Oh man, I'm in good spirits. I changed the world last weekend, man. I made history last Saturday on Savior's Day. We did a 11-hour video on Savior's Day, and I dropped. It was monumental. It was epic. But before I get into that, you know, I got to. I be having to. Yeah, I be having to.
I already know.
Get some things off my chest. You know what I'm saying?
Here we go. Here we go.
Listen, man. I was so upset with Black folks for voting in Biden. I just couldn't believe it. And, you know, it was crazy because Biden did his State of the Union, right? And when he did the State of the Union, Biden. This nigga. So the Black folks, quote unquote, votes Biden into office. And what does Biden do? Well, and before I even go there, one of my pet peeves is that I hate when people talk about you and you're not smart enough to tell that they dissing you. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not hip enough to really understand what's happening. So Biden comes on, he does a State of the Union, he started with the Russia shit. Okay, cool. You still want to get revenge on Trump homeboys and all that. That's cool. That ain't none of my business. That's grown folk business. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got a dog in that fight. But he comes up to the middle of his program. He's like, yeah, you know, we got to tackle diabetes. So when he say we got to tackle diabetes, I'm like, oh shit, he trying to do something with the Black folks. Okay. And then he points the camera to a young white guy. And I'm like, he says, yeah, you know, the type 1 diabetes, we got to make sure the family's just like his is straight with the insulin. And I said, what the, first of all, most of the people with diabetes have type 2 diabetes. And 90% of the people with type 2 diabetes is Black folks. The only nigga in America that has type 1 diabetes is Dame Dash. Dame Dash is the only nigga in America with type 1 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is what black folks deal with. So for me, that was just a slap in the face for him to pull that off and then come in with this shit about, you know, he gonna deal with the inflation and he gonna lower inflation. Biden is causing the inflation all by himself with the fucking vaccine shit that he got going on. And people is not understanding how inflation works. He came in and he said that he was giving everybody free vaccines. Then the vaccine is forced. You got to get the vaccine, but it's free. And it's no such thing as free. So now I'm a single father with 5 children. So I got to deal with this shit. I know we're going to get to the information, but I'm a single father with 5 children. I got to go to the supermarket and get laundry detergent, and the fucking laundry detergent is $16. KP, I can't function with $16 laundry detergent. My God. I can't pay $16 for laundry detergent because Biden is giving, and niggas don't understand how this work. I used to work on Wall Street. I went to Greco Financial Institute, so I know a little bit about numbers. He's borrowing up all this money from the feds. The Federal Reserve Bank is not an American institution. The Federal Reserve Bank, they loan us money. They loan us money at an interest rate. The more money the government borrows from the Federal Reserve Bank, the higher the prices on bread, milk, eggs, laundry detergent, Oreo cookies, all of that shit goes up. So who feels that? Black folks. Now, when you feel that hit like that, the first thing that you do is if you got a family, you gotta stretch that money when you go in the supermarket. So now instead of getting the $3 loaf of bread, you're getting a $1.50 loaf of bread. The lower price groceries you getting, the higher the amount of sugar that's in the groceries. The higher the amount of sugar that's in the groceries, the higher the amount of autism for the black babies, the higher the amount of diabetes, which drives the male, female, the gender switching. I want to be as politically correct with the phraseology with that as possible. But what happens when men have high blood sugar is that they begin to adapt the neurosteroid patterns of women. When women have high blood sugar, they begin to adapt the neurosteroid patterns of men. Neurosteroids is the neurochemicals in your brain that makes you a sex. So a man's brain is a heterosexual man's brain is completely different than a heterosexual woman's brain. So sugar retards that. That's the reason why black people are 200% more likely to have Alzheimer's disease and dementia because of type 2 diabetes. That's the reason why we leading in cancer, because type 2 diabetes. See, we're gonna get to the fake pipes in a minute, because black men is buying fake pipes. Now, we've been talking about women with fake butts for a long time, but now we got to talk about the brothers running around with fake pipes. It's a lot. It's a lot of shit we got to deal with that's connected to this.
Hold on. Fake pipes?
Fake pipes, man. Listen, we got to deal with this, man. It's a lot of shit going on right now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Niggas talking about Russia and Ukraine. I'm like, homeboy. Y'all niggas frauding like you ain't on 3, 4, 5, 6 medications. Your pipe ain't working. You buying Viagra pills. Come on now. We got to deal with this real shit that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Your man Earthquake did a comedy special. This nigga did a comedy special and fucked me up. I'm watching the comedy special. Halfway through the comedy special, this nigga does like a 20-minute section in his comedy special on getting finger banged. I said, what the fuck is the world coming to? This nigga Earthquake, the comedian, made getting finger pop sound masculine. I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? This nigga did a like the whole bulk of his show was about him going like to the doctor to get his prostate checked, but he did it in a way where he was like he was getting finger popped. Yo, there's no other way for me to explain this shit. You gotta check this shit out on Netflix. I thought, yo, what the fuck is the world coming to right now? Where Earthquake is doing a special with Dave Chappelle talking about getting finger popped. And then the other half of his show was about him being proud to vote for Joe Biden. I said, man, these niggas right here. This is making black folks look dumb. Okay, see, let me bring this shit back.
Come on, man.
We know that there was a young man by the name of Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon had the Watergate scandal. Now, for the fast track, because we don't want to spend too much time on Richard Nixon Watergate scandal, the basics of it was Richard Nixon was creating a legal war on black people by not only pushing heroin into the communities, but using the media to highlight the heroin use in the black community after he put the heroin there to demonize black people and be able to give them all these crazy jail bids, while at the same time boosting up the private prison economy and all that. So he got caught with the Watergate scandal. Gerald Ford comes in as the next president. Now, when this whole scandal shit breaks loose, they find the secret recordings of Richard Nixon, you know, the whatever, how they busted him. And because this guy that was featured on the tapes was not a part of the Watergate scandal, people forgot that this nigga was on the tapes with Nixon, talking about how black folks ain't shit and they got to deal with the niggas and blah, 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 blah. Guess who the young man featured on the Richard Nixon tapes was going in on black folks?
Right.
Joe motherfucking Biden.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely. Black folks got to wake up. Joe Biden, OG, is Richard Nixon. So when you look at the 1994 crime bill that Joe Biden put down, which is the very same crime bill that allowed police to beat and kill niggas in the street and get off, Joe Biden is the author of that. All he did with his crime bill was updated the crime bills that Richard Nixon started. Richard Nixon had two crime bills called the Safe Streets Crime Bill and the Omnibus Crime Control or some shit like that, where basically they was allocating a large amount of money to crack down on the blacks in the inner cities with the heroin, but he was bringing in the heroin, putting it in the inner city. Biden ain't do nothing but follow what his OGs put him in office to do. Nixon endorsed Biden. Now you're like, well, wait a minute. Biden is a Democrat. Nixon is a Republican. That don't matter. That's the, you know, they goes back and forth with that. That don't really matter. Biden was down with Richard Nixon. Biden is on them tapes. So when I'm looking at Earthquake, he making it cool, like, yeah, and the doctor was putting his fingers up in me, banging me over. I'm like, hey, doc, you finished banging me yet? I'm like, what the fuck is he doing, bro? This ain't, what comedy? What the I just couldn't understand what was going on. I couldn't understand it. Then he tried to put a little drip and a little masculine energy on it, like he was making it tough.
Oh man.
like he was making it tough, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because you know, real niggas go ahead and get their prostate checked out, and you know what I'm saying? Because you know what I mean, I was gonna fuck up the doctor, you know what I'm saying, right before he put his fingers up inside me, you know what I'm saying? I was letting them know you gotta be careful, you know what I mean? Your knuckle look too big when you penetrating me like that, doc.
Earthquake.
I'm like, wow, this shit crazy out here right now. You know what I'm saying?
That don't sound right.
Yo,
Yeah,
listen, if we don't speak on it, niggas ain't gonna speak on it. They're gonna act like shit ain't going on, man. And this shit is, and we got to deal with this because the Nixon and then his follow-up, Ford, when they was in office, they also did something else that Black folks are still dealing with to this day. And this is leading to the fake pipes. So don't think that we forgot about the fake pipes. We're coming back to the fake pipes. Between 1972, between 1972 and 1980, they started this movement to change the food pyramid. And basically what they wanted people to do was to cut down on fat. They said fat is causing heart disease. We're putting together a national initiative. We want to cut down on fat. And what did they replace the fat in the diet with? They didn't replace it with fruits and vegetables and herbs. They didn't even replace it with meat. They didn't even replace it with steak and chicken. They replaced it with sugar. Now, understanding our chemistry. Now, I did an 11-hour video on this on Savior's Day, 11-hour live stream. I kid you not. Because it was so much information I had to go into. What we don't understand is the hold on, let me close this door. Let me give me 1 second. Let me close this door.
Yeah. I need the name of this. Camel. Oh, okay. Luminescence.
Chemi Luminescence. Hold on. We're gonna get to the herb in a second. So what we don't understand is, and the shit goes back to Christopher Columbus. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Christopher Columbus is not famous. He's not worshipped as a hero in America because he discovered America. That's like a cover story. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, by the time you get in 2nd or 3rd grade, you can't discover a place where people already live at. Okay, so that's just common sense. We know damn well so the real reason Christopher Columbus is famous is because he brought sugarcane to America. Christopher Columbus is the plug. Christopher Columbus was the first connect. You know what I'm saying? When we think of cocaine users, we think of white people and we think of Black people. When we think of the cocaine connect, a Spanish nigga always pop into our mind. Christopher Columbus is the original connect. He brung sugar here. Another thing we got to understand is that slavery was not about cotton. Cotton was like a secondary thing or a third. That wasn't slavery wasn't about cotton. Slavery was about sugar cane. It was about producing sugar. Sugar was the #1 product of slavery. So these is key things that if you study them or you hear them separately, they seem unrelated. But when you start to put these things in order, it has not only does it make sense, but it has a rhythm to it. A pattern starts to emerge, right? Even to all the way up until to right now, we got goofball niggas running around saying that melanin does photosynthesis. We're gonna get to all this shit, right? Yeah. We got to deal with the goofball niggas saying melanin does photosynthesis because that's all going along with Christopher Columbus. So, what they had, and this is what people have to understand, they had a 300-year jump start on studying the effects of sugar on Black people's chemistry. That's what we got to understand first and foremost before we even move. They had a 300-year time to study how sugar affects the way Black people think, the way they behave, and the way they live. The first thing that they realized, the first thing that they learned was that from the first day you put a Black person, whether this person is 10 years old or 20 years old, whether you get a man or a woman, whether you got a fat man or a cock diesel strong, a Zulu warrior, from the very first day that you put a Black person in the sugar field to begin working, he has a 5 to 10 year lifespan. Listen to what I'm saying. Not a 5 to 10 year working span in the fields. And then you got to retire him. No. 5 to 10 year lifespan. They learned that there was something about Black people that sugar kills them. Like how you see in the movies when the vampires step into light, the light kills them. They learned that sugar kills Black people like that. Like when you see Superman, they put kryptonite on his ass, it kills him. They learned that sugar kills Black people in the sugar fields. 5 to 9 year lifespan. So when we talk about type 2 diabetes, and we know that 85 to 90% of the people that get type 2 diabetes is Black people, we know that it comes from the diet. None of that is accidental. When we go back and we look and we see that Richard Nixon and his administration put the heroin into the Black community, that's not an accident. Sugar, when you take sugar, sugar releases opioids in your brain. Your body produces opioids. The more melanin that you have, the more opioids you release, and the higher your addiction rate is to opioids. See, look around in the rap community. Niggas on lean, niggas popping them pills. They know that Black people's body has an affinity towards opioids. They understand this because they know that the reward system is based on melanin. When you have your brain reward center is a melanin center. It's filled with neuromelanin. The more neuromelanin you have, the more dopamine gets released. It's called the ventral tegmental area or something like that. The more neuromelanin you have, the more dense your neuromelanin is, the higher that amount of dopamine that gets released. And the faster it moves through the brain. That is what controls your rate of addiction. So they understand that we, look, and when I say we, I mean Black folks in general, but I specifically mean niggas like me and you. Nigga, we Black for real. You know how some folks be like, oh yeah, we Black folks, but you be like, nigga, you like a Steph Curry kind of Black folks. You're not really like Black folks. You like a Kevin Durant kind of Black folks, my nigga. You ain't Black folks. We are Black folks. And the more neuromelanin you have, the higher your susceptibility is to addiction. Not only to heroin and opioids, but also to sugar. And they know that sugar releases these opioids in the brain. Sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine. And they know this. I got 10 children. Let me tell you, I got 10 children. I got 3 boys. Do you know what they give infants? Boys too. Right. Do you know what they give infants for circumcision, for painkillers? They give them sugar. It's a sugar syrup called Sweeties. And they give them, it's a sugar syrup. It's just a syrup made out of sugar. It's real dense sugar. And when you give them the syrup releases so much opioids in the infant brain that they're numb enough that they can cut off the skin of their penis and they won't feel it. That's how much opioids are released in your brain when you have, that's how much dopamine is released in your brain when you take sugar.
Dr. Enqi, I assume you're talking about sucrose. Does this also apply to fructose?
Fructose is like 10 times worse.
Because I know that fructose will go mainly into the liver.
Yep. And you know what the thing is with that? You about to open up another doorway, because that's how the Latinos gets hit. So when the sugar hits, Black folks get type 2 diabetes, and Spanish people get fatty liver disease. And those both serve as gateways to cancer, Alzheimer's, and you know what I'm saying? But we're going to get to the fake pipes in a minute, because we got to get to this fake pipe shit. I know niggas want to hear the science, and we're going to get into the science. Pipes. We got to get to this fake pipe shit though, because
who got the light? Fake.
I wanted to ask you real quick, because like I've been studying a lot of this stuff for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Get on this cat.
Is it because of the insulin release caused by sugar that is the biggest problem, or is it the sugar itself?
In terms of diabetes?
Yeah, everything that you're saying as far as the sugar.
Well, the opioids and the addiction, that's all neurochemistry. But in terms of like your body and how the process of getting type 2 diabetes, for some people it's an overload of sugar. Yeah. And then for some people it's an overload of saturated fat. And polyunsaturated fat too, right? Because I heard the polyunsaturated fat, like the oils, the canola oils, it's inflammatory, it's high in omega-6, and that's what causes the insulin resistance. Yeah, it's not as bad as the saturated fat, like pound for pound, but it's sneakier. It's sneakier than the saturated fat. So they put the oils in a lot of processed foods, and your body don't register it. Yeah. So and you don't see it, you don't taste it. So in your mind, it's not really there. Yeah. So that's what kind of makes the polyunsaturated fats dangerous, is because they'll hide them there. Yeah. And they create a substance called intramyocellular lipids. Intramyocellular lipids is a type of gunk. You know what I'm saying? Like Dr. Sabia say, mucus. It's a type of gunk though, that it clogs up the muscle cells. And when you have a lot of that inside your muscle cells, because that's where 80%, 90% of your glucose is going to be burned off at. But when you have a lot of that clogging up the cell, the insulin can't get in there and do its secondary job. Now, just between us, I'm going to say this, and then we're going to forget about it. Insulin's number one job is not to let sugar go into your muscle cells. That's a fraud. That's a fake that doctors just be tricking people into believing. That's not real. The number one thing that insulin does is insulin builds up fat. Insulin is a weight gainer. That's why in the history of insulin has never cured anybody of diabetes. Insulin can only make your diabetes and your insulin resistance worse. Because insulin makes you gain weight, and everybody knows obesity is number one risk factor for diabetes.
And that's why it's so bad to have fried foods, right? Because you look at fried foods, you look at fried chicken, and you know, like, where did fried chicken even originate? You know what I mean? Because they started frying chicken in the South. You know, you have soul food, and they're using a lot of oils.
Fried in China.
Any of them greases is certain death. Yeah, it's certain death.
Yeah,
but I really want to paint this picture, because I want people to really see how this whole thing from beginning to end works. The heroin and cocaine, the crack, all of those things have the same exact neural pathway as sugar. Cocaine, crack, heroin, they all have the same neurochemical pathways in the brain. They all have the same. We had 300 years here where they were studying the effects of these things on us. So when we look at Nixon is a key figure. Nixon not only released heroin in the community, but he changed the food pyramid to put more sugar in it. And from the time of the late 70s to the early 80s, diabetes has type 2 diabetes specifically. Type 2 diabetes went through the roof. And it hurts me when I hear goofballs saying things like, oh, you know, melanin does photosynthesis. Because what they don't know is that that's the same thing as your slave masters were saying. When they put you out in the sugar field, they said, hey, them niggas don't need no food. Them niggas don't need no food. They body produce sugar. Sugar is in their blood. They can live off sugar. And they found out very quickly that Black folks in the sugar fields had a 5 to 9 year lifespan. A lot of things that we look back on, we don't really fully understand, because we think about how many slaves was here and we hear about them having to go get more and more and more slaves. And you're like, well, why would they have to keep getting more and more and more and more slaves? I mean, they didn't hang that many niggas. Like, where was the slaves disappearing to? The slaves was disappearing into the sugar fields. Into the sugar fields. So they have this information on how sugar affects the Black body specifically, more than anybody else. Black people have a 200% rate as compared to Caucasian people of catching type 2 diabetes. A 200% rate of Alzheimer's and dementia than Caucasian people. So this is primarily a problem that affects us. And it's because the Alzheimer's and dementia comes from the diabetes. And guess what else comes from the diabetes? Impotence. So when we go back and we look and we think about what was going on during that time, they was hanging Black men, and what did? They cut off their penis, they cut off their testicles. Well, guess what's getting ready to start happening right now? If it didn't already start, Black men is going to start voluntarily getting their penis amputated. That's the next thing from diabetes. The same way we get our toes and our feet cut off, we're going to be getting our penis cut off. You think it's funny? I can see it on your face. Listen, it's okay if we laugh because we're joking. But listen, as I tell people all the time, I'm joking, but I'm not playing.
No.
I'm joking, but I'm not playing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's the thing that's going on. And it's a thing that Black men is keeping secret. They're not telling nobody that they got a fake pipe. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to let niggas know they got fake pipes. You know what I'm saying? They taking that to the grave. But what's happening is there's a wave of Black men that's getting fake penises because they got impotence from the diabetes. So their penis is not working. The Viagra is expensive. And they offering the solution. Well, you can get a variety. Now they got a variety now. It's like 10 to 12 different versions of fake pipes that you can have installed on your joint. Bruh. Yo, I'm dead serious. Yo, I can't do it with KP face. Yo, listen.
Go ahead.
We got a wide selection, I'm telling you, of fake pipes that they offering brothers now. And the main one that they getting, it's like it has a remote control inside your testicles where you squeeze down on your testicles and then your pipe, and you know. So here's the trick to it though.
Right. So he said the
trick to it is type 2 diabetes is not only the #1 cause of impotence that's making you go purchase the fake pipe in the first place, but type 2 diabetes. So here's how you get impotent from type 2 diabetes. The sugar molecules are actually larger than the capillaries and that feed the blood into your penis. So the nerves die in the penis, or they start to die, and you don't get any blood flow into the penis. So what Viagra does is Viagra is a nitrogen supplement, and it opens up blood flow, and it allows you to get the blood flow into the penis anyway. Now, when you're getting this dirty, sugary blood into your penis, it's destroying the tissue slowly but surely. So Black men that use Viagra don't understand that they're destroying the tissue inside their pipe. So once the pipe is flaccid, it no longer works anymore because it stopped working 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And instead of coming to see Dr. Enqi and getting your health together, instead of fixing and cleaning your blood the right way, they went and got the Viagra. Now your joint don't work no more at all because you done destroyed the tissues and the nerves in there. So now you need to go see them folks and get the knife put on your pipe. No. Now they're going to show you the menu of different pipes. You're not going to be able to afford the most expensive pipes because you on Medicaid insurance and all this and all that. You ain't cashing out for the pipe. You on Medicaid and shit like that for your fake pipe. So when you get the fake pipe, what you got to understand is you only got like a 2 to 3, 4, 5 year at the maximum window before the diabetes begins causing infections in the fake pipe. Now, once the infections and all that settles into the fake pipe, well, I mean, you done ran out of options now. We got to remove the pipe. They got to take that pipe up off of there. So, I mean, this is where we at. They got to get rid of the pipe altogether. Yeah. So, I mean, niggas is running around, they drinking, they pretending and playing games and all that. I'm like, bro, y'all niggas better stop playing and come see me, hit my phone, because niggas running around with fake pipes. Now, we seen what happened to the sisters with the fake booties. When the booty started exploding on them and the shit started turning black and gangrene and all that shit. Mm-hmm. The brothers right now is getting their joints, you know, they having to get amputations and all that. You know what I'm saying? That's the new vibe for diabetes. It's cutting off the penises now.
Wow.
So you know that this is why, you know, sometimes, you know, people, you know, they get offended after, I offend folks sometimes when I speak, because I talk about the things that we need to talk about. You know, brothers is running around with fresh, brand new cars and they got a fake pipe. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing right now? Niggas got on amazing outfits, red bottoms, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nigga, I'll shoot with that nigga, I'll lay something down, nigga, what? And you got a fake pipe. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, I bust my gun. No, you don't, fam. Your shit fake, bro. How you bust your gun? You got a fake pipe in there, bro. What are we talking about? Bruh. So we got to address this shit because nobody is going to help us. This has been a long, ongoing genocide with Black people in America and sugar ever since Christopher Columbus came here with the first sugar plant. Sugar plants didn't naturally grow in America. That had to be imported. He came with the plant and put it here. Now America's the sugar capital of the world. Now America's the sugar capital of the world. Matter of fact, the sugar capital of America is Louisiana. So if we know the history of Louisiana, we gotta put that in the proper perspective to understand everything that was going on in Louisiana is all about sugar. And if you want some 120 for that ass, they produce 120 bags of sugar a minute in Louisiana. I said, that's a powerful motherfucking 120 right there. Yo, hey, that shit right there is painful to even hear, like, to just for it to be that signature, that number. It could be any number, but for it to be 120 bags of sugar a minute that they make, you know what I'm saying? Like, that just add fire onto it. Like, so it's an insane situation and we're ignoring it. And our babies is coming out with autism. Our parents has got dementia. We don't we don't care about our parents. We putting them niggas in old folks' homes and all that. You know, we letting them die alone with strangers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's madness. We going through a group insanity right now. You got Black women, right? They all running around with these goofy ass little pocketbook doggies, right? And they will clean the piss and the shit of the dog, but they would not clean the piss and shit of their mother or their father. They putting their mother and father in a home because they gonna say, I ain't cleaning it. Oh, hell no, I ain't cleaning my mother. I ain't cleaning them diapers off my mother. Hold on, but you got 3 or 4 fucking dogs in the house. What are you talking about? You clean shit from the dog? You want to clean the shit from your mom? We got some shit that we are going through right now we don't understand. And the shit is all relating back to the neurochemistry and the biochemistry of sugar. We think that sugar's okay because sugar's legal. Because we believe as much as we talk shit about our legal system, we believe in our legal system more than anybody fucking else. If it's legal, it's immediately okay in our minds. If it's legal, it's okay. So because sugar is legal, it's okay. And we don't realize that sugar is not only 8 times as addictive as cocaine, but sugar is 6 times as likely to cause death as cocaine. Sugar is 6 times as likely to cause death as cocaine. These is real hardcore numbers.
Yo, go ahead. Can we go to the super chats real quick? People got questions for you, Ink.
Sure.
Doctor, yeah, we're gonna first I want to give some shout outs here that we got here from
this is fire.
Shout out to Danny Salinas, shout out to Coverboy Official. Let's see. Coverboy says, Inky, is that why they say, hey, that dude's sweet? LOL.
They sick. Chat room is
shout out to Coverboy for that. Strangest
Coverboy is a trip, yo.
Stranger says
it might, well, look, I don't know if that's why they say niggas is certain individuals are sweet, but I do know that melanin, melanin specifically, brown and black melanin, has an affinity for sodium. It attracts sodium. So that might be why they say niggas be salty.
Oh, wow. Yo, man.
Yeah, that might be why they say niggas is salty. You know what I'm saying? Like,
shout out to Voltage in the building.
We got Stranger says equatorial distance predicates vitamin deficiency. Jimmy B says nice shirt, Killah Priest.
Wait. No. Let's go back to the equatorial distance.
Okay.
Dictates vitamin deficiency. Not all vitamin deficiency is dictated by equatorial distance. That's primarily like vitamin D. You know what I'm saying? And because vitamin D plays such a key role in regulating a lot of different genes in our body, they show that the further you get away from the equator, the higher all rates of cancer besides skin cancer. Skin cancer is the one that's the opposite. The closer you get to the equator, the higher the rates of skin cancer. But for every other cancer, the further you get away from the equator, the higher the rate of cancer. But type 2 diabetes, if you really want to get down to it, type 2 diabetes creates cancer in your body. And see, all these things, like I said, they had 300 years studying us on sugar. And the reason why type 2 diabetes creates cancer is because a very little known secret about cancer cells, right? We had Otto Warburg talk about oxygen and all this other goofy shit. But the real key to understanding the link between diabetes and cancer is that cancer cells have 10 times as many insulin receptors as regular cells. I'm going to say that again. Cancer cells has 10 times the amount of insulin receptors as regular cells. Now, insulin receptors is not permanent receptors on your cells. Insulin receptors is not a part of your body structure. Insulin cells only are created on the cell membrane when you have insulin. So because you have high rates of insulin that never goes down, your insulin is supposed to drop after like 4 or 5 hours. But because we constantly eating sugar all day, our insulin levels never go down. So what happens is you're getting more and more and more insulin receptors on those cells. So at some point, the training wheels come off of those cells and those cells start to rob nutrition from the other cells around them. And that's how cancer cells starve out the other tissues. It's like gang shit. Get down or lay down. Either you're gonna become a cancer cell or you're gonna starve and die in that neighborhood or in that tissue area of the body wherever the cancer is developing. So type 2 diabetes literally trains healthy cells how to become cancer. Like it's a training school for cancer by constantly building and building and building insulin receptors and never allowing them to dissolve. And then the crazy thing is, because we don't understand how our body works, the first thing that your body does when you start to become pre-diabetic, you don't need to go to the hospital to know you're pre-diabetic. The way you learn you pre-diabetic is after you eat or you drink something that has sugar in it, you got to pee every 10 minutes. You peeing. When you got to do all that peeing, you either pre-diabetic or diabetic. Because a lot of niggas think that if they don't go to the doctor and get checked out, that they not diabetic. Nigga, your ass is diabetic and you just scared to go to the doctor to find out. Your ass got diabetes though. So if you peeing like that, yeah, you got pre-diabetes or diabetes. And the reason why you pee so much is because your body is trying to get rid of the sugar, the insulin, and the insulin receptors. So what do uneducated people do? No knowledge of self. They go right to the doctor and say, man, I'm peeing all the time. I need something. And the doctor's going to give you something for, you know, some medication to help out with the sugar and the insulin and to also stop you from running to the bathroom every 5 minutes. And you don't realize that once you stop running to the bathroom every 5 minutes, all that insulin, sugar, and the insulin receptors is now doing what? They staying floating around the body longer because the pee was your body's way of getting rid of that shit immediately. And we blocking the pee. So I tell people the first thing you got to do is don't block the pee. You got to keep, you got to keep peeing. You got to let your body. You see, that's the one thing as a naturopathic doctor. And, no disrespect to the holistic healers that call themselves healers because they watch a bunch of, health videos on YouTube and shit. But when you go to school to become a naturopathic doctor, you learn things that your average holistic healer that's just flipping YouTube videos would never learn. What you're doing is accentuating the body's natural processes. That is the whole thing. The body does all the healing. Nobody heals a person. What you can do is teach the person some practices that will help the body. You can help them eat a diet that will help the body. You can point out some herbs and things that will help the body's actual natural processes. When you start to block the body's natural processes, that's when you go against healing. You know what I'm saying? So when you peeing like that, you got to keep peeing. Don't stop the pee because the pee is changing your lymphatic fluid. You know what I'm saying? You got to drink more water. And that's another thing. People start peeing a lot, then they don't want to drink no water. No, you got to drink more water when you peeing like that because you got to replace the water that's going. And you got to allow your body to be able to flush all that water and the salt out because the salt also contributes to type 2 diabetes. That's the flip side. Salt can be just as bad as sugar because we're supposed to have a natural diet. Like when you eat fruits and vegetables, the way they packaged by nature, not in the store, by nature, you have about 10 times as much or more, but at least a minimum of 7 to 10 times as much potassium as salt inside your fruits and your vegetables. Processed food is different. It's always going to be at least 2 times as much salt as potassium, which is the problem. Potassium is there to neutralize the effect of salt on your body. So it's not a matter of people having too much salt. It's a matter of people having too little potassium. That's the problem.
Because everybody is deficient in potassium.
Well, everybody is. It's not necessarily a deficient thing. Like I'm saying, it's a ratio. Because you have specific jobs that potassium has to do, and your diet can make sure you hit those minimum things, but it's not going to match your intake in sodium. So although you got enough potassium to kind of run your kidney and do some energy stuff with the sodium potassium ion exchange on the cells, you're not going to have enough potassium to flush the sodium and keep the sodium at a healthy, safe level. And that's the whole key in terms of high blood pressure and diabetes, what you need potassium for. You know what I'm saying? So there's these things, these little key things that people don't know that they're supposed to have. You know, another thing with sodium is sodium is coupled by nature with iodine. Iodine you find in the ocean. That's why our Blue Magic sea moss gels, we formulated totally different. It's not just a matter of blending up some sea moss or cooking it up some. Nah, we got almost 30 different herbs that's blended into Blue Magic that just makes it totally different. But it's based on understanding the science of the body. So you got hierarchy. Like you got bosses, like, you know what I'm saying? Like in the hood, your boss got a boss, you know what I'm saying? So we think of the liver and the pancreas as being the guys in charge of blood sugar and insulin, but even your boss got a boss. So we forget that the thyroid and the pituitary gland can override any decisions that the liver and the pancreas is making. They the bosses of the bosses, right? And then above them, you got the hypothalamus gland, but the hypothalamus gland is like a sucker. He'd be trying to turn the other cheek and look the other way. So the pituitary gland and the thyroid's got to do all the work. But guess what? We don't put the right nutrients in our body for those, because there's a lot of nutrients that affects everybody the same way. Chinese, Indian, black, white, Spanish, whatever. But then there are certain things that are race specific. Selenium is something that Black folks have a much higher requirement of. We have to have more selenium. If we don't have enough selenium, we cannot make T3 and T4. Those are the hormones from the thyroid. If we don't have enough iodine in the diet, we cannot make T3 and T4. If we don't have, and they base the minimum levels, when you look up the daily amount you're supposed to have, they base it on death. Like a lot of people don't know that. So there's a bare minimum of iodine that if you don't have, you get goiters and tumors and die. So whatever that minimum is, that's what the daily value is. So as long as you got enough to not die, they figure you got enough. As long as you got enough B vitamins to not die, they figure you got enough. Like, nah, nigga, that's not how it goes. That's not, because there's a difference between surviving and thriving. There's a difference between just being alive and living. You know what I'm saying? And that's not what we're here for. We're not here to just barely fucking survive. You know what I'm saying? Because when you barely surviving, any turn of your luck, you dead. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not the name of the game. So if we don't have enough selenium, if we don't have enough iodine, we don't have a healthy thyroid. If we don't have a healthy thyroid, our metabolism is out of whack. Well, burning up sugar is just a part of your metabolism, just a piece of your metabolism. Thyroid can override it. The pituitary gland can override. These are the master controllers of the endocrine system. So when you look at type 2 diabetes as a hormone issue, which it is, because it's an insulin problem, right? You just got to use common sense and go, wait a minute. The doctors told us that type 2 diabetes is characterized by having too much insulin and too much glucose because you're insulin resistant. So the solution they gave you is we're going to give you some more insulin. Like, wait a minute, nigga, didn't you say the problem? You said the problem was I had too much insulin. So why would I be injecting insulin or taking oral insulin if I got too much insulin already? That's not it. That's not a solution. That's why every single year, the people that take insulin, what they need next year, more insulin than they took last year. And next year and next year and next year, the insulin just keeps increasing.
Because their blood sugar is too high.
Because the blood sugar, but that's all based on the fact of the insulin not being able to get into the cells. So they never mention once that you need to clean out those cells.
Okay. We have a super chat that he's just basically asking. Stranger says, Dr. Inky, how can we stop diabetes? Which I think you're explaining right now. But they probably want a summary. How can we stop diabetes?
There's no summary. There's no summary.
Okay.
I did a 11-hour video which only covered the basics on Saturday, and then I had to follow that up with another 6-hour video on how to eat, because the information is the thing that we missing. Like, we went too many years with people just giving us a food list or food like, don't eat this, eat this. That doesn't work, because just as much as we could talk about the differences that we have amongst races, even in a race, there's still differences in individuality. Your body is going to be different than mine. Your metabolism different than mine. If I have 10 people that I'm dealing with type 2 diabetes, I have to deal with them all. I mean, for the most part, there's certain things that all of them need to know, like saturated fat, clogging up the cells, exercise to build insulin sensitivity, and certain things like that. But it's still going to be certain little nuances, like you might not have a sugar issue, but you might drink alcohol 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week. And you might not realize that all alcohol is sugar. Alcohol is sugar. So there's a lot of niggas talking about, yeah, I'm eating clean, I'm about to pop this bottle. Like, oh, nigga, how can you be eating clean, popping bottles? Nigga, that's a whole, alcohol is sugar. All alcohol, no matter if it's liquor, champagne, wine, they all are made from fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, it's a xylitol.
That's right. They're fermented.
Beer too?
Beer is the worst, because not only is beer all sugar, but they use pig intestines. So like, it's a lot of niggas that say they don't eat pork, but they drink Guinness, right? And all these beers. The beers, they use pig intestines to clean out the they use pig intestines to clean, you know, like strain the beers and all that. So now they hit the market with vegan beers, vegan champagnes, vegan wines, vegan liquors, and they're marketing it as vegan, but people still have to understand that it is a whole entire bottle of sugar. It's a whole entire bottle of sugar. That's why a lot of athletes and entertainers get diabetes like crazy, because it's a lot of champagne popping, champagne. You got to know that most of that champagne is going to be fruit sugar, and fruit sugar is fructose. Your body don't even metabolize it. It just goes in the liver. And if you're lucky, you get type 2 diabetes. If you're not lucky, you get fatty liver disease. But both of those open up the gateway to other issues. Like, the reason why mostly Black folks was dying during Corona is because of type 2 diabetes, metabolic issues. You know what I'm saying? But they can code the language, because we not, like, right now, I'm starting a campaign. I'm looking for 100 people to donate to me a minimum of $85 a month, so I can do this research. That's one of the biggest problems that we have as Black folks, right? And if anybody wants to be one of those people, is CashApp $ Minister Inky. You know what I'm saying? CashApp $ or $ Minister Inky. You know how to CashApp shit.
Yeah.
But the thing is that we don't put any money into R&D, research and development. We'll drop 10 bands on the strip club floor, but we're not going to put no money into studying ourselves. We got athletes that's getting paid $100 million to play basketball and football, talking about they don't want to put the vaccine in their body, but not near one of them niggas put no money up to open up a lab to understand Black genetics. So that's leading me around to the universe changing discovery that I just made. And I rolled it out on Savior's Day in that 11-hour class, because that has a lot to do with the reason why Black people are suffering from type 2 diabetes at 100 to 200% rate than any other group of people on earth. No matter what the poverty level, this shit ain't got nothing to do with money. Niggas is rich with type 2 diabetes, getting their penis, getting fake pipes and all that, getting, look at come on, respectfully, but look at Allen Iverson. I mean, listen to how he talking all slow, like he was a boxer or some shit. He wasn't a boxer. His brain getting slow because of the sugar and the drugs. Like, we got to stop this shit. We got to discuss it openly so that our greats don't go out like that. That shit fucks with my soul to see Niggas that we looked up to growing up, they get 50, 60 years old and they can't even talk good. They can't even articulate good because of their health. Dominique Wilkins, the Human Highlight film, that nigga left the NBA to become a poster boy for type 2 diabetes. He was doing tours around the country telling people, well, you can live. While Magic was saying you can live with AIDS, Dominique Wilkins was teaching niggas they can live with type 2 diabetes. I'm like, this is not the blueprint. This is not the blueprint, fellas. This is not the blueprint, fellas. And I'm going to be the one to tell you, a nigga from 158th Street with gold teeth is going to be the one to tell you that's not the blueprint. Okay. The first thing that we have to understand is that this is genocide. It's not accidental. If we don't understand that part, everything else is going to blow in the wind. This is genocide. It's not accidental. Okay. And the reason why is because we have been written out of the science books. We've had scholar after scholar after scholar. I'm talking about we done had scholars come with the same old bullshit to our fucking ears was bleeding, telling us about Black history. And we really the Hebrews in the Bible. And we really the ones that built the pyramid. And we really the Jesus is really Black. And all of this bullshit that we heard 10 fucking thousand times already. We heard that shit already, nigga. We know it. But we haven't had any scholars do what I just did and change scientific history, expose the racism in science forever. Forever. And I'm going to tell you what I discovered. And of course, because I discovered it, it's rightfully named after me. It's called the Enqi cycle. The Enqi cycle is the primary energy production cycle in our cells that's not in science textbooks. It's hidden. It's not even hidden. It's right there in your face, but it's not discussed. And the reason why is because when you take the Enqi cycle out of science books, when you take it out of science, when you don't address the elephant in the room, the people whose biochemistry is not documented are the people that's going to be sick. And there was a white guy named Kleber who discovered, well, he didn't discover the cycle, he discovered the flaw. He discovered the problem. So right now, anybody on their computer, if you want to look it up, it's called Kleber's Law. In 1932, Kleber said, hey, I've been doing some calculations. He did some supreme mathematics. You know what I'm saying? White boy with the supreme mathematics. Like, yo, I got the supreme mathematics on mitochondria and ATP. Now, we done learned in school that ATP is how your body produces energy. We eat fats, we eat proteins, we eat carbs, and your body metabolizes them, breaks open the carbon bonds, releases the energy. That energy through glycolysis is cycled through the mitochondria, turn into ATP. The ATP is what gives us energy. Kleber said, listen, I've been doing the math on this shit and it's not adding up. In fact, about 20 to 30% of the ATP that's required to power a person's body is missing. This is not adding up. So either the body is making some type of energy that we don't know about, or this ATP whole calculation is wrong and y'all niggas got to go back to the drawing board. So he got a couple of scientific awards. They hushed him up. He got a few dollars and that was it. He was back off into whatever. And they just kept going with this shit with ATP. But we have a whole entire different energy system. And the energy system is water coupled to melanin. And what people don't know is not only because we don't read books at all. Even worse than not reading, we damn near allergic to anything with a microscope. So we don't really understand what's going on in the cells. We think that knowledge of self means understanding the distance from the earth to the sun. No, nigga, that's knowledge of the solar system. That's not knowledge of self. Knowledge of self is knowing what's going on inside self. And inside our body, every mitochondria is coupled to melanin. Mitochondria is coupled to melanin inside your body. Everywhere that you have mitochondria is coupled to melanin. But you will never hear about this in no science textbooks. Now, of course, I got pictures and scientific papers, and I can pull them up and show. Matter of fact, let me hit the screen sharing. Yeah, let's hit the screen share while I talk my shit. Let me get right and exact. Let me get all wise right.
Shout out to the craft room.
Yeah, they like, damn, this thing bugging. Wait, hold on, I don't see the window. I guess I just got to do desktop.
That's a star exploding.
There you go.
Right there.
Okay. Let me find this picture. I have a nice little picture that shows how mitochondria. Okay, now we can see this here. Now you're looking inside the cells. Okay, you're looking inside the cells. So these are your mitochondria. These big black oval egg shapes, those are melanosomes. Melanosomes are the enzymes that actually creates melanin. So you have melanocytes. Those are the cells that create melanosomes, and melanosomes actually create the melanin. Everywhere in your body where you see mitochondria, and look at how the melanin is all stuck all over the mitochondria. You see that? These is mitochondria right here, and these little dots is melanin connected to it. And the outside of that is the melanosomes. Now, in your science textbooks, there is zero information on what these melanosomes are doing there and what the melanin is doing there. When you look at scientific diagrams on energy production in the cell, or any type of production in the cell, your immune system in the cell, none of that. Melanin, melanosomes, they pretend like it's not there. And you can clearly see that it is the dominant feature in your cells. It's all over. They damn near smothering the mitochondria. So what happens is that when water structures itself into cytoplasm, it creates what's called a coherent domain. And the coherent domain is where water begins to spin in like a little vortex kind of, little vortex type of, let me see if I can pull up the paper, because I know people need to read up on shit. Oh yeah. We got, you know, I got the reports on everything. I don't bring nothing to the people without the reports. So you know, like I said though, this was 11 hours, so I can't do the whole thing here with y'all. But okay, so here is no, that's the brain. That's the vortex created in the third ventricle with the brain. That's a whole nother conversation. Okay, so here we go. Coherent structures in liquid water close to hydrophilic surfaces. So this right here is the paper where it talks about how water creates these little vortexes, and from these vortexes is produces free electrons. It also converts sound into light. This right here is what melanin is doing. And it's taking this energy from water and it's taking the energy from light. And it's transferring that energy directly to NAD. NAD is little hydrogen and electron carriers that feeds mitochondria, that controls the pentose pathway, the phosphate pentose pathway, or the pentose phosphate pathway. But basically how nuclear DNA reproduces itself. So the ability to make DNA and RNA in your cells is based on melanin. The ability of mitochondria to produce energy in the cell is based on melanin. The NRF2 system that you was trying to remember earlier when you asked me about the chemiluminescence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The chemiluminescence is basically a scientific term. It means producing light from chemical reactions, right? But the chemiluminescence is a detox that I designed to stimulate and to beef up your NRF2 system. The NRF2 system inside your cell is basically your cell's immune function. That's how your cell protects itself, right? So most of the people that's making detoxes, the detox is fake. A real detox doesn't make you doo-doo. That's fake. Things that make you doo-doo, all them fake ass detoxes that make you go to the bathroom to take a shit, those are things that's dehydrating you, pulling water out of your body, because your body absorbs water from the colon. So when your body is dehydrated and you don't have enough fiber, you don't have a bowel movement. So instead of telling you you need fiber and water to have a bowel movement, these goofy niggas give you diuretics and shit like that that pulls water out of your body into the colon and make you believe you detoxing. You're not, you dehydrating, which further exacerbates the problem, because the reason you wasn't having a bowel movement in the first place is because you was dehydrated and you needed some fiber. You know what I'm saying? Just like all these prebiotics and probiotics. Most of the probiotics that people is getting is ineffective because it's probiotics that you need to feed fiber. So even if you buy probiotics, but you eat a diet that don't have no fiber in it, the probiotics going to die off in a couple of days from the time you took it. It's not like you're going to repopulate your body with good bacteria. You have to feed your body fiber, and a wide variety of fiber, in order to have good bacteria. You know what I'm saying? But just to make it, you know, to reiterate this, the monumental discovery, they're going to have to rewrite all of the science books now because the jig is up. The Enqi cycle is the primary energy system of the cell. Let me make sure that niggas can see me when I'm saying that. It is the primary energy system of cells. The one thing that we got to understand with eating is that cells do not eat food. We confused with that shit. We think the cells need food because we done been told that, oh yeah, you need food for the cell. Cells don't eat food. That's why you got to break down all of the food before it gets to the cell. A cell, think about before humans was on this planet and the planet was full of single cell organisms. It was no Frankfurters, cheeseburgers. It was no kale salad for the vegan niggas. None of that. None of that was here. Cells had to use sound and light to produce energy. And the way cells originally produce energy is by allowing that sound and that light to structure the water. And when you structure water, basically what you're doing is you're separating the water molecule into positive and negative charges. Anytime you have the separation of charges that meets each other, they start to spin around each other. That's why you have tornadoes. Tornadoes is created by what? When a warm front meets a cold front. A cold front is basically a mass of positive ions. A warm front is a mass of negative ions. When you have that mass of negative ions and positive ions come together, they start spinning, you got a tornado. The same thing happens on a different scale. In the ocean, you have what's called whirlpools or maelstroms. That's the same thing. You have a mass of negative and positive come together, they start spinning. The same thing happens in your cell. When you start to break up water molecules, they divide into positive and negative charges. They circle each other. When they circle each other, they start to create a cloud of free electrons that produces energy. Not only does it produce energy, but it's able to take low frequency sounds and turn them into high frequency sounds. So not only through the Enqi cycle did I discover the primary energy system of a cell, but I also discovered the reason why we are more sensitive to music than other races of people. Because the melanin is what interprets what the water's producing. So as the water's producing this energy and light, it has to be absorbed by the melanin in the cell in order for it to do something for your body. The more melanin you have, the more you're going to be affected by this. That's why when you get to the South, them niggas be having the fucking bass up so loud on the music, you can't even fucking hear the words. You're like, bro, you got to turn this shit down, man. What the fuck is going on? Fix the fucking EQ. Yo, I used to stay fucking with the EQ in my nigga car when I used to ride. Nigga got the bass up so loud, I can't even hear the fucking word. But now I understand the science of that. The water in our cells converts low frequencies to high frequencies. So there's a difference when there's some people that can really feel the music. Like I thought that, you know, when you hear a song and you can like get goosebumps or chills, I thought everybody can get that. You know that everybody can't experience that? Everybody doesn't experience that.
Mm.
Do you know that when you close your eyes and you imagine something, right? Like if I say close your eyes and imagine a microphone. No, we can't do that because I done talked about fake pipes. My bad. Just because you're a music nigga, I'm a music nigga. I'm like microphone, but no, we can't imagine microphones after talking about fake pipes. So when you like, let's close your eyes and imagine a red apple. Boom.
Got you.
Do you know that I thought, like most people, that everybody can imagine things in their mind? Everybody cannot. There's actually a syndrome that they're trying to study now. It's called aphantasia, where you can't see pictures in your mind. There's people that can't dream at night. Everybody think that dreaming is something that everybody can do. No, everybody can't dream. Everybody is not capable of having a dream. And then some people can dream, but they can't remember the dreams. Some people can dream, but when they remember the dreams, it's only like gray or black and white. Some people could dream in color and actually interact in their dream. They could still think and make decisions in their dream. We got different levels of functionality inside our body that we got to explore. And the reason why we're not able to deal with none of this is because melanin is left out of the textbooks. We wouldn't even know about neuromelanin if white folks wasn't getting Alzheimer's and MS. They wouldn't have told niggas about neuromelanin. We wouldn't even know that exists. I also found out that there's a second type of neuromelanin that they've been studying for the last 15 years. They ain't letting niggas know about, but that's a whole nother conversation. So this is the primary understanding that we need to have. I want niggas to walk away from this video like, yo, we have to support Enqi with the Enqi cycle. If you have an energy system in your body to produce energy and it's never discussed, it only stands to reason that the people that primarily will be affected by that energy system will be sick if they don't understand how their body functions in this capacity. And what is type 2 diabetes? Diabetes is a disease of producing energy, right? That's the whole purpose of insulin, to get the sugar in the cell, is so that the cell can produce energy. But we don't understand that we're not supposed to be loaded up with all that sugar. And that's why I started a poll before I even did the video. I started a poll. Damn, I don't even want to say poll after fake pipes. But I started like a questionnaire on my Instagram. And I was asking the people on my Instagram, I said, why is it that you have some days where you forget to eat? Now, I know sometimes you can have drug issues, depression, all kind of shit, infection, whatever, and leads you to forget to eat and you don't feel good and you got a headache and you're nauseous and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you're doing something you love and you enjoying it and you high energy the whole time, like you in the studio, you laying shit down. You might be in the studio overnight and you never thought to eat, but you never got sleepy, you never got tired, you never got cranky. None of that. Those are the things when you're energy deficient. When you're energy deficient, your body will tell you you're energy deficient. Why is it that we have days where we forget to eat, but we are not energy deficient? Because there's a whole nother system of producing energy in your body that you haven't tapped into because you don't know it exists. Because they trying to write niggas chemistry, niggas biology, niggas biochemistry, niggas neurochemistry out of the books. So because you don't know it's there, you don't know how you're crippled by sugar, which is the reason why I had to start with saying they had a 300-year unadulterated time to study our bodies. And we have no idea because we don't invest the time or the money in studying our body. We don't invest the time or the money in studying our body. And we don't invest the time or the money in other people to do it, right? Why is Master P? Master P should fund me with a book deal instead of fucking selling potato chips and ramen noodles. Clearly, Master P is ignorant on the fucking genocide he's contributing to by selling potato chips and fucking ramen noodles when Black folks dying from type 2 diabetes, right? We got to have the discussion. We got to call it out. We got to deal with it. Master P, you selling fucking potato chips and ramen noodles, my nigga. That's not helping the Black community. A lot of these niggas get a few dollars and they think they helping the Black community with goofball shit. Westbrook said that he's not focused on what's going on with the Lakers because he's helping the community. Come to find out, this nigga starting a clothing line. Bruh, we got, nigga, we don't need another fucking, you're not helping the Black community with another fucking clothing line, buddy. Let me just clue you in. If nobody else is going to tell you, because niggas in the back of niggas' minds, we think that we shouldn't mention shit because a nigga might get angry and we might lose out on an opportunity. Mm-hmm. These niggas, fucking opportunity. We need to focus on our legacy. We need to focus on our next future generations. We're going to be fucking extinct if we don't wake up. Mm. We only make up 13% of this population, but we make up 80% of the murders. Hold up. We only 13% of the population, but we 80% of the murders. And that's because niggas have lost their mind. And you go, well, how did niggas lose their mind? Because niggas are on heroin and sugar. Mm. So we literally lost our mind. Our mind is gone. One of the craziest things to understand about Alzheimer's and dementia is that they have a 20 to 40 year incubation period. Mm. What that means is that most people's Alzheimer's start in their mid to late 20s. But you don't see the symptoms until you get into your 50s and 60s. Why is that happening? Because the sugar eats holes into your brain. Literally eats holes in your brain. Let me show you the goddamn holes. Let me show you. I can show you the holes in the brain. I got the pictures. I'm telling you, I went in 11 hours. Like, I can show you the difference in the brain. Where the hell is the damn? Let me hit the share button again. Let me show you what this shit look like. Show you what this shit look like. Look at the difference. Now, on the left side, you have a regular healthy brain, and then on the right side, you have an Alzheimer's from the effects of sugar. Not only is the brain way smaller, but you see all the holes in it. That's from the front side. And when you turn the brain around on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see literally the holes all the way through the brain. Sugar eats holes through your brain.
Damn.
Nothing on the face of this earth has killed more Black people than sugar. You could add up the amount of niggas that died in Black on Black violence with the amount of niggas that died in the pre-Holocaust African invasion from Germany. You could add in the niggas that died in Vietnam. You could add in the niggas that died in the 80s. You could add up all the niggas that died from the time that King Tut was fucking around. Mm. And it doesn't amount to the amount of people died, Black people that's dying from sugar.
Now you're talking about refined sugar, right? You're not talking about starch.
I'm talking about starch. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the sugar fruits. I'm talking about processed sugar, because what happens is it's a compound effect, right? So if you, first thing is first, to understand starch, you got to know that starch is more sugar than sugar.
It's glucose.
Damn. Right. Starch is like, so like if you take a fruit or a vegetable, right? Whatever the amount of sugar is, that would fit into like one balloon or one baggie of sugar, right? That's how you got to think of it in your mind. A vegetable or a fruit is like one baggie of sugar. Mm. A starch is like if you take a string and you tie 100 of those bags together. Mm. That is what a starch is. A starch is a group of groups of sugars. A starch is a group of groups of sugars. Mm. So you can't you can't have like potato, like a lot of folks, they try to do potatoes. Like potatoes sneaks in everywhere. You know, niggas think they going vegan eating French fries. You know what I'm saying? They loaded up on French fries. Oh, I'm vegan. This thing got to order French fries. This, bro, that's not vegan, man. Vegan means you eat vegetation. You eat plant life. Potatoes is technically plants, but it's not. The idea is no. You're eating French fries. You're eating, you know, potato salad, macaroni and cheese. As a vegan, you're still gonna wind up with diabetes. That's why they don't mind.
Now, even though potato is a complex carbohydrate, there's a slower release and therefore less of an insulin spike. Isn't that better?
No.
Exactly.
In a vacuum, hypothetically, that works. But what happens is we don't eat spaced out meals and we don't eat isolated foods. So we will have the potatoes with gravy on it. And then right next to the potatoes, we might have some fried chicken with ketchup on it.
Yeah, I get that part.
So we mix up the simple sugars with the complex sugars. So we already have elevated insulin levels. So say for instance, if we didn't have elevated insulin levels and we didn't have elevated sugar levels and we didn't have elevated intramyocellular lipids, right? Like we were totally clean and healthy and nutritious. Potatoes would be fantastic. You can have potatoes.
Yeah.
If you eat them in the proper time and in space with the right matches of stuff, potatoes is good. You know what I'm saying? Not French fries, potatoes though. Baked potato way different than a French fry, right? So in that kind of space, yes. But in a world where we drink, orange juice, apple juice, and we think that that's nutritious. No, nigga, the orange juice and apple juice is soda without the sparkliness. It's soda without the carbon. You know what I'm saying? Because you still getting a high amount of sugar. And so it's let me show this damn
it's almost like if you're already put yourself in a position to where you need to lose weight, it's almost like suggesting a ketogenic diet without so much fat. Is that true?
Ketogenic.
Ketogenic is like where you cut out the carbs and you focus on fat. It depends on, and so see, here's the thing with that. Ketogenic diets have helped a lot of people with diabetes, but ketogenic diets have also killed a lot of people too.
Because it's too much fat.
That's right. If you're a meat eater and you got a lot of saturated fat build up in your cells and you try to go keto, keto is probably going to be dangerous for you. Because you're adding in more fat and you're not cutting down on the animal products. So like if you go keto, and even though it's not that much variety, but if you're doing like all healthy fats, which I don't know how you just had to eat avocados,
yeah.
You had to eat avocado 10 fucking times a day.
Yeah.
But it depends on, like I said, that's why I said it depends on you personally.
Yeah.
Even two black guys, two white guys, two Chinese guys, whatever, they might both have type 2 diabetes, but their solution might be different because of how they walked into that problem. If they've abused their liver with a lot of liquor, we got to approach it one way. If they had a diet with a lot of starch and meat, we got to approach it another way. If they had a diet with a lot of carbohydrates and processed foods, we got to approach it another way. When the negative reports start coming out on cannabis, people smoking weed and all that, the first thing that I said, and now the studies is out that backs it up, is the main problem with the health issues is not necessarily the cannabis, it's the fact of what people do after they get high.
Munchies.
The munchies.
The THC will drop the blood sugar.
Well, exactly. So if you was getting the munchies and then your ass was having a green juice and some salad, cannabis would damn near be a miracle drug almost in terms of helping you restore your metabolism.
Yeah, if you get the munchies, you should just get have the crunchies and go for the get a nice salad.
But guess what? Since we've been trained from kids to be drug addicts, we never do that.
Yeah, because the dopamine response from the sugar.
That's right. And not only dopamine response from the sugar, but we've been trained on caffeine products. Caffeine is addictive. But the reason why caffeine is not banned is because caffeine is not toxic. That's why it's not illegal.
Yeah, I'm addicted to caffeine myself.
Right. So what they do is because caffeine is not toxic, but it's addictive. Now, this is the slick shit that the food companies do. Caffeine is not toxic by itself, so it's legal, but it's addictive.
Yeah.
So what they do is they mix caffeine with other things that are toxic, so you get addicted to them. Like they come out with Red Bull, and then immediately when they come out with Red Bull, they automatically come out with Red Bull and advertise it for bars and liquors and alcoholic drinks. So it makes the alcohol way more addictive. And what's alcohol? Sugar. You mix caffeine with sugar and milk. Sugar. So everywhere you mix caffeine, you adding in sugar or you adding in alcohol. So they understand how our brain, like I'm telling you, this is a science. They have this down to. Now look at this chart right here. This shows how insulin spikes and glucose spikes. 5 hours. 5 hours. So what happens is, most of us, though, we have another starch, another sugar within 2 to 3 hours after we eat. We eat breakfast at 9. What time we having lunch? We having lunch at 2 or 3, or we having lunch at 11 or 12? Right? So every 2 to 3 hours, we eating again. So our insulin levels never get to go down. They never get to go down. We create insulin resistance with our eating pattern. What did Elijah Muhammad say? Elijah Muhammad said, if you want to get rid of your medical bills, all you got to do is eat 1 time a day. If you never want to see the doctor again, eat 1 time every 2 days, right? So, you know, that might not work for everybody because we got different demands that we put on our body. We need different, you know, amount of protein and things like that, a different frequency to rebuild the bodies. But overall, he was the father and the inventor of intermediate fasting. We don't credit him. You know what I'm saying? See, things like that is the reason why I'm on niggas like, nah, we got to make sure that we credit Enqi for the Enqi cycle, because I just made the most monumental discovery of the fucking century. Melanin is not no hypothetical, pseudo-conscious, spiritual goofball shit about no multiple dimensions. Melanin is a real substance that really has biochemical and neurological purpose in your body. And those things have been hidden from the textbooks. They've been hidden from people so that you can die because you think that you're eating a diet that's healthy for you because it's healthy for other people. Motherfuckers be acting like you hurt their feelings if you say apple cider vinegar is not good.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, y'all niggas is fucking goofballs. If you go look at the Bragg's fucking apple cider vinegar bottle, it has 2 old white people on the fucking label. So I'm looking around like, nigga, what part of you do you think is reflected with these 2 white folks on here? They clearly telling you this is good for them. This ain't got nothing to do with you, nigga. And we got to not get our feelings, you know, our panties in a bunch with shit like that. There is a lot of things that's nutritious for white folks that's not good for black folks. There is things that's good for black folks that's not good for white folks. That's what the fuck it means to have genetic differences. That's not a thing that people need to feel a way about, but the reason why we've been programmed to feel nervous and scared when we shouldn't discuss these things out in the open is because genocide is on the fucking it's in play. So these are things that we are made to feel uncomfortable to discuss. It rubs me the wrong way when I hear people talking about cultural appropriation, but nobody talks about the fucking science books and the textbooks. They worried about white people wearing fucking dashikis and fucking wearing ankh chains. Oh, white people wearing dashikis and ankh chains, they cultural appropriate. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
It's white people that have been born in fucking niggas live in Africa for 200, 300, 400, 500 years already. Get the fuck out of here. How the fuck they not supposed to wear shit that's from the country they from? You got niggas that's from New York saying white people from Africa not supposed to have African shit. Get the fuck. I said, no, nigga, that's not what we're supposed to be worried about. Y'all niggas look goofy. You look goofy like $1 million fucking athletes talking about they giving back to the black community by starting fucking clothing lines. Millionaire fucking rappers talking about they giving back to the black community because they open up ramen noodle fucking businesses. Nigga, are you fucking kidding? We gotta stop this shit. Nas, come on, Nas, who you signing, bro? You was the conscious rapper, nigga. I ain't see no consciousness getting signed. Where your book deals at? Where you expanding it at?
I seen
Where
those
the book deals at?
I seen those chips that rappers have their own chips. You seen that?
Exactly. Goofball shit. Goofball shit. Like black people should not still be selling the idea that we are murderers and criminals and fucking drug addicts. That all started with Richard Nixon. That's the Watergate shit. That's why I had to put that on the record for niggas to go back and open up the fucking books. Go click on the internet and look up the Watergate. Go look up what Richard Nixon said about black folks. Richard Nixon was mad that they could not openly hang and lynch niggas anymore. He got this on the fucking record. Richard Nixon was mad that they could not openly hang and lynch niggas, so they put it in the law books. And who was Richard Nixon on the phone with, yakking it up? Yeah, we're gonna tear these niggas up. Yo, this is how we gonna do it, Biden. Yo, Biden, listen, Joe, listen, man, you a good young man. Listen, man, we're gonna school you how to do this shit, man, because, you know, our time is up, man. We about to be up out of here, but you gotta take the reins when we get up out of here. Huh? And niggas fucking elected Joe Biden, and this goofy ass nigga Earthquake is on doing a comedy show talking about getting fucking banged in the asshole and, oh yeah, man, and shit. We done changed the world. We done showed niggas we could vote for Biden. How the fuck on earth did the nigga get killed with the fucking knee on his neck by police with Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia? And then we elected the nigga who literally signed the paperwork to allow police to kill black people in the street, Joe Biden. And he only updated the 1994 crime bill based on the shit that he got from his OGs, which was fucking Richard Nixon and his crime bills. Not to mention the fucking inflation, because I'm upset about paying fucking $16 fucking for laundry detergent. I'm still not off of that shit.
Damn.
And who did he get that from? Biden got that shit from the next nigga who took office after Nixon. See, niggas got to do some real, niggas don't read no fucking books. And the niggas that's reading books, they reading goofball fucking urban lit. Urban lit is a genre of books that they made up to keep niggas illiterate once they started wanting to read books. Once reading became cool, they knew it was about to be a rap. So they came out with a whole genre to keep niggas dumb. Read urban literature. So now you could read rap music. You could read, I shot the bitch, I fucked the bitch, I got a kilo, I'm about to bust a kilo down. Me and my nigga got the Draco. That's what the fuck are we doing? That defeat the whole purpose of reading. You just programming yourself with, you know, you just programming your emotional part of your brain. There's no prefrontal cortex growth going on. There's no hippocampus growth going on. This shit is all amygdala. That's the emotional center, which is tied to sex and opioids and fucking sugar. That's all we're doing. We're keeping that cycle going, and somebody has to fucking draw the line in the sand and say, listen, you niggas need to go and open up some real fucking books. Figure out what Nixon did. Figure out what happened in the economy when Gerald Ford took over from Nixon, because Nixon had to resign. The first thing that Gerald Ford did was he told Nixon, listen, man, don't worry about nothing. When I get in office, man, I'm gonna pardon you. So you ain't gonna have to don't worry about nothing, man. I'm gonna pardon all your crimes against America. So that's the first thing Gerald Ford did. The Nixon's like, wait, what the fuck happened just right there? Yes, Ford came in, pardoned Nixon. So Nixon ain't had to worry about nothing. We still dealing with the effects of heroin because niggas is popping lean and all that shit and selling it on the music. So yeah, we lean and syruped up and we drink, all that shit. We niggas don't know what the fuck they doing. So Gerald Ford comes in, and what does Gerald Ford do? Gerald Ford comes in and pushes the inflation rate up through the fucking roof. How does he do that? By coming up with all these goofy ass plans, borrowing all this money from the Federal Reserve, like he didn't graduate from fucking 5th grade. When you're in school, you learn that inflation is related to the amount of money in circulation. The more money that's in circulation from the Federal Reserve Bank, the higher the price of gas, the higher the price of meat, the higher the price of groceries, the higher your rent, the higher your taxes. Because there's more money in circulation, the value of each dollar drops. This is simple, basic fucking economics 101. But guess what they did? They took economics out of the inner city schools, so niggas don't know nothing about economics. They took trades out of the inner city schools, so niggas don't know how to fix a car or fucking build a shelf in their goddamn house. They took music out of the school. Thank God that music is in our fucking blood because of the Enqi cycle, because of the relationship to water, of water to melanin. Think about this. We had Mona Harrison, right? We had Mona Harrison, powerful Black sister. She came out and she was the pioneer of the water science. All of a sudden, Mona Harrison just, you know, just some old vanish. All of a sudden she dies, some old mysterious death shit. And then Masaru Emoto comes and he starts talking about how water can absorb words, how water can absorb thoughts. Well, we know that thoughts are light because we can study the brain activity and watch how the brain lights up. We understand the electromagnetic spectrum, even though the electromagnetic spectrum is the opposite. It's not the only gig in town. Like people think that that's the only way to understand like energy. Is a whole nother spectrum, which Tesla focused in on, which is a deeper understanding of sound and mechanical waves. Total another conversation. But that's the system that your body works on. It works on sound and mechanical waves. Melanin is special because melanin adds the component where you can now absorb all of the different spectrums of light. But without melanin, you can't absorb all the different spectrums of light. But sound, you can. Now, depending on the concentration of melanin will determine the depth at which your body can convert that sound into intelligible information. So anybody can pull up melanin and going deaf, right? You can also pull up on your computer how diabetes makes you go deaf. So when niggas is losing their hearing, losing their eyesight, it's because of sugar. When people's talking about us not being able to hit our maximum lifespan, it's because of sugar. Sugar retards the melanin in your body. It retards tyrosinase, which is the enzyme that's responsible for turning tyrosine into dopamine, turning tyrosine into neuromelanin, into pheomelanin, into eumelanin. All of that revolves around these copper and zinc enzymes called tyrosinase, right? That's from the tyrosine is the main amino acid. It's called an aromatic amino acid because it can absorb light. Right. You only have tyrosine and tryptophan really that allows your body to do that. So all of your neurochemistry is based on those two amino acids. So that right there, just in case there was any goofballs listening that said, oh shit, yo, so we think Enqi saying that you could be a breatharian. Knock it the fuck off. There's no such thing as breatharians. Okay. Melanin does not allow you to be a fucking breatharian. Okay, because melanin needs to be maintained. And because your body does not have a Shikimate pathway, which is how plants produce aromatic amino acids, you will always need to eat plants because all of the pigments in your body rely on those plants to be built. Even your blood, if you don't have no plants, you can't make blood cells because you need these aromatic amino acids to produce blood cells. You need them for your all of the hormones in your body is based on these aromatic amino acids. Most of the pigments, peptides, and proteins based on, so you always, in order to renew the structure of your body, you're going to need to consume plants because plants produce aromatic amino acids, humans don't. Now, this is how, let me show you this shit right here. Because see, this is where shit gets, niggas be forgetting certain things and niggas be hearing half truths and then don't understand how that applies to them.
Then we're going to go into the super chats. You got a couple more.
Yeah, go to the super chat. Go to the super chat. Go to
Dre Mills says, the bitter the food, the better.
That's a fact.
Stranger says, Dr. Inky, do you subscribe to a racial diet / phenotype?
I wouldn't say necessarily racial, but I have a book. My book is called Eat Right for Your Haplotype, not for your blood type. Your blood type is goofy shit. But eat right for your haplotype, because the people who historically come from the equator have a completely different chemistry as people that have historically came from polar regions, right? Even your mitochondria functions different. So if you come from a polar region, then that means your ancestors were primarily hunters. Like this whole myth of hunter-gatherer, let me stop that shit right there. There's no fucking such a thing as hunter-gatherers. That's fake. That's bullshit. You had hunters and you had gatherers. Gatherers was people around the equator. Okay, around the equator, trees and bushes was loaded with fruits and vegetables, so you could just walk around and gather up shit to eat. You didn't need to hunt anything and try to kill some shit that's trying to kill you and do all this extra fucking work. Just think about it. If you're in a place where it's nice and warm, the women is half fucking naked, their titties hanging out, asses bouncing around, the last thing you thinking is, let me go in the forest and jump on an animal back and try to stab him while he's stabbing me and all. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody doing all that shit. If the food is just laying around, you just gonna gather it. You're just gonna pick it. You're just gonna bring it back to the house and get back to enjoying yourself with music and sex and stories. That's what niggas did. We told stories, we had sex, and we made music. Now, if you live in a cold region where food is not growing, now you got to be a hunter. You got to go find shit. You got to hunt for food. And even if there's a spot where you find where some shit is growing, you still got to hunt down those spots because they're not everywhere. Everywhere is mostly snow, ice, and cold weather. So you got to hunt for food. And then because it's so scarce, you either going to have to go knife for knife with somebody that found that shit before you did, or you're gonna have to fight some other animals because it was big fucking ass animals that was herbivores and vegans and all that shit. So you got to go knife for knife with some gorillas. Gorillas is vegan. So you got to roll up like, so in the cold regions, you had hunters. In the warm regions, you had gatherers, but you didn't have no hunter-gatherers. That's a myth that there was one group of people that was hunter. No, there was gatherers, there was hunters. Now, the gatherers, because you're eating primarily C3 and C4 fruits and vegetables, you're eating water inside these fruits and vegetables that's loaded with high amounts of deuterium. The deuterium is going to function different in your mitochondria. It's going to speed up the ATPase pump. So now people from the equator, when you add more deuterium to the diet, it benefits the mitochondria. People from polar regions, when you add deuterium into their diet, mitochondria goes haywire because it can't handle that extra blast. Deuterium is a heavier hydrogen molecule. So deuterium is naturally in water, in the ocean, and all that kind of stuff. Now, we losing the amount of deuterium because of processed food and all of the garbage and shit we dumping in the oceans and all of that. But there's a whole, let me show you this shit here.
Go.
Let me show you this shit here, because I done outlined them with the papers to show, you know, some of these differences and how not only the differences in our body chemistry, but how the Germans was before. See, we don't speak up about our shit, so it's like it never happened, right? That's how they try to play it, like the German Nazis only was doing experiments on Jewish people. That's not the, that's the furthest thing from the truth. Before they even started anything with Jewish people, they was in North Africa. The Germans invaded Africa and started their experiments on people there. They started doing testicle transplants. And let me find these pictures real quick, so you can see that this shit is like realer than motherfucking rain. Because we don't think that this shit is a real serious, like, we don't think this is a planned out thing that been executed. And okay, oh, y'all can see my screen?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I see it.
Oh, I forgot I was on the share screen.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So everybody remember, give me 29. Give me 29. Give me 29. No, seriously, because I need funding for this research. This is real research that nobody else is doing and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you how this shit goes.
Yeah,
now,
just coming in.
Here's a picture where y'all can see the relationship of mitochondria to melanosomes, right? But that's not what we're looking for. Here's one of the differences in our mitochondria. And this has to do with how fast we age, right? You have a Minos complex. The Minos complex inside the mitochondria, it controls the size and the spacing of the cytochromes. The closer and the smaller the cytochromes are, the more efficient they are at producing ATP without any free radicals. The more free radicals they produce, the more they start to space from each other, the more they swell up, the higher your rate of collagen loss, the higher your rate of apoptosis, the higher your rate of senescent cells, the higher your rate of wrinkles and shit that you see on the surface. Shit that you see on the surface means the shit going on deeper on the inside that we just don't pay attention to. We trying to rub cream on shit to get rid of the wrinkles. No, nigga, that's not how you get rid of wrinkles. You got to deal with what you're putting inside your body, right? So bodybuilders and certain types of athletes know already that there's a difference in equatorial haplotypes and polar haplotypes in terms of muscle fibers. Black people naturally have much more fast twitch muscles than slow twitch. I mean, much more fast twitch muscles than Caucasian people, anybody, to be honest. Black people have the most dense fast twitch muscle fibers, which means that we also have a different production of anabolic hormones, right? Here's a study that they did in 1986, skeletal muscle characteristics in sedentary Blacks and Caucasian Americans. Now, the reason why they use sedentary is because they wanted to see if there was differences in people that don't exercise. Because exercise, you can change your body. You know what I'm saying? You can look at Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler looks fucking insane. You know what I'm saying? So you can change. Just the way you start is not always the way you finish. You know what I'm saying? So they got sedentary folks that wasn't working out, right? And they showed that basically, we'll just go skip to the bottom so we can move fast. The racial differences observed between Africans and Caucasians in fiber type proportion and enzyme activity in the phosphogenic and glycolytic metabolic pathways may well result from inherited variation. These data suggest that sedentary male Black individuals in terms of skeletal muscle characteristics are well endowed for sporting events of short duration, meaning they have more fast twitch muscle than their European counterparts, right? This is not an isolated thing. You have fast twitch muscle based on the energy production. So because you have a more advanced energy production, you have more advanced muscle fibers. Not only that, you have more anabolic hormone, which is the reason why the Germans, first of all, Germans was the ones who invented steroids. They invented steroids from studying the skin and the testicles of Africans. A lot of people don't know that. That's why the Germans was dominating the Olympics right up until the point where Black folks start getting to hold the steroids, and then what's the fuck his name is? Carl Jones, Carl Thomas. What's the name? What's his nigga name? The runner, Carl something.
Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis. God damn it. The first nigga that made snitching fashionable. Carl Lewis was a snitch. He snitched. Oh, yeah? Yeah, because it was Ben Johnson, I think his name was.
Yeah, Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson had that shit. He was like, hold on, we got to go up against these white boys from Germany now. I done got the drop on these niggas. They shooting up this shit up in their body that make these niggas run like horses. So I'm going to go ahead and shoot me some of this shit, Carl. You might well go ahead and get you a little zip, zap, so we can shut this shit down. Man, Carl was like, listen, I got this, my natural skill and all this bullshit, and I don't need chemical and this and that, and I'm going to beat everybody and show you the natural body, this and that. Bruh. This nigga Ben Johnson looked like he was in the fucking Matrix. This nigga, yo, Ben Johnson has smoked everybody. That bullshit Carl Lewis was talking about went right out the fucking window, and he went whining to wife. And what did they do? Took Ben Johnson's shit, said he was doing something illegal, blah, 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 when the Germans was doing that from the inception, since they got in the fucking Olympics, right? But they synthesized steroids from Black genetics. We need to understand this shit to really know who the fuck we is out here in our position, our value. The shit that makes niggas superhuman, they extract it from you, nigga. You got to understand that. The shit that makes niggas superhuman is Black people extract. Another way of saying steroids is Black people extract. Niggas got to do the math on this shit, right? So they did another study, and there's plenty of these studies. Breathing patterns during exercise in young Blacks and Caucasians. They find out, look at the first sentence in the abstract. lung volume in sex, age, height, and weight matched Black subjects are 10 to 15% lower than those in Caucasians. Caucasians have bigger lungs than Black people. That's a huge difference right there. That tell you right there, if you understand your biochemistry, that you're not supposed to be eating as much as food as polar haplotypes. Polar haplotypes have larger lungs because they need more oxygen. You need more oxygen to metabolize more food. We don't need all that oxygen because we're not getting all of our energy from food. But we didn't know about the Enqi cycle till Savior's Day, and then I just blasted all around the world. Now niggas gonna start looking into it like, oh shit, what this nigga Enqi talking about? Yeah, we have a whole nother energy system of how we produce energy based on sound and light. That's why you could skip breakfast, skip lunch, and you put on some music that you really like. You don't have to eat, and you could build a whole fucking house out there on music alone, because the music is going to give your body energy. Music can control your brain. That shit is, so that's one thing that we got to learn how to do is we got to learn how to tap into music without lyrics. We tapping into this music with lyrics, and we don't understand that the music is going into the hippocampus and is going into building and fortifying neural networks of pure fuckery. You know, I got the Kilo and the Draco and all this goofball shit. That's why we only make up 13% of the population, but 80% of the murders, because we're programming our minds with murder. We're programming our action response with violence. So we think that every situation we got to respond violently or we not men. Now even the women is getting crazy because they don't understand they're taking on male characteristics because sugar switches the races. This is another reason why, if you look at all the TV shows and the movies, they got every Black TV show or Black movie got to feature homosexuals. No disrespect to homosexuals. No disrespect to homosexuals, but y'all are not that much population of the Black community. Let me just let y'all know. Y'all are not in every goddamn circle where we got to have gay representation in every goddamn situation. That is called a self-fulfilling prophecy. How that works is you keep gay in all of the Black TV and the Black movies so that young Black people start to believe that that's their culture. You attach gay with every Black political and social issue. So every time the political or the social media addresses Black people, they address Black gay, Black homosexual rights, homosexual and gay and Black rights, Black and lesbian. What the fuck? Like, no, nigga, Black rights is over here. Gay, that shit is totally separate. Now, have they experienced the same type of discrimination and the same type of violence as some of those things? Absolutely. But they should not be coupled together. And I can show you the reports and the work on that, because the work has been done in early Germany. Let's keep on moving through this motherfucking work so y'all can see this shit. See, because you need to see this shit to understand that Inky's not just making these fucking things up. Inky talks fast. Inky uses a lot of cuss words. Inky's from 158th Street. Inky has gold teeth, but Inky motherfucking don't play. I be right and fucking exact and always have documentation to show what I'm saying. We got to understand these is real fucking events. This is what was going on before they was grabbing up Jewish people. This is what they was doing. They was cutting niggas' heads off to understand the brain chemistry. The doctors and the scientists now, they have all this understanding of how the bodies work, primarily because of what Germany did. That's why they at the same time as publicly, they say, oh, the Nazis are bad, blah, 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 blah. They love the Nazi scientists because the Nazi scientists was cutting niggas open and all that to figure out how do you think they know how the body work? They got to cut it open and look in there. Who the fuck is volunteering for that? To have their body cut open while they still awake and all that. Ain't nobody volunteering for that shit. They was grabbing Black men. Look, the nigga, the father of women's medicine, I don't forgot this nigga's name. Marion Sims, I think his name is, or something like that. This motherfucker he got famous for taking Black men, strapping them down in the barbershop and doing surgery on them in front of everybody, cutting their body open to explore and shit in barbershops. So then he moved from there to kidnapping a bunch of Black women raping them. He raping all of them, keeping them pregnant and cutting open their body in the middle of their pregnancy to see how pregnancy develop and all that. And he becomes the father of gynecology and all that. Like, this is the shit that we're not discussing this shit. So this is why we at the forefront of all these fucking sicknesses, right? We don't realize that our bodies have been studied in depth, and we're not investing no money to understand how this shit works, right? So we got to deal with this shit. Let me show you the fucking the reports on how the sugar affects the brain, and shows how the brain is becoming, the female brain is becoming masculine. And the male brain is becoming feminine. Like, listen, man, you know when I come in, I'm coming in with heat, man. Some folks might feel away, but we got to deal with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we don't deal with this shit, ain't nobody gonna deal with it.
Shout out if y'all just coming in to the Killah Priest Podcraft. Welcome. We have Minister Inky. He is going all the way in.
Okay, now look, a lot of people heard about this, right? And niggas thought it was cool. Niggas thought it was funny. Like, hey, atrazine, you know, they done discovered that they putting some shit in the food and it's turning the males into females. They didn't understand that was Black experimentation right there. Because again, niggas don't have real knowledge of self. Niggas is playing with the phrase knowledge of self. Then, you know, like goofballs, like your man, you know, somebody getting ready to go right under the motherfucking bus. Lord Jamar, god damn it, Captain fucking Goofball, right? He telling niggas he got knowledge of self. He talking about flat earth. Come on. That is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. So niggas think they got knowledge of self. You don't. You got a bunch of conspiracy theory bullshit mixed up with fake shit. You haven't opened up a fucking science textbook probably since you left fucking school. When we found out about atrazine, we should have immediately knew this was genocidal. Why would this be genocidal? How does this relate to Black folks? Okay. Atrazine is a pesticide. All pesticides attack the Shiki-Mate pathway in plants. This is the pathway where the plants produce what? Aromatic amino acids. So now, if you remove plants' ability to produce these aromatic amino acids, guess what you do in the animals and the humans that consume the plants? You remove their ability to produce pigment. So this is why, since they added these fucking pesticides and all this fucking mustard gas and shit from Vietnam into the food supply, all of a sudden vitiligo and shit like that coming out of nowhere, going up through the roof, where slowly but surely Black folks becoming white. And niggas like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Yo, niggas hit me up, yo, Ink, I got white blotches on, I don't know what to do. Well, I can tell you what it is. You're losing melanocytes. When you have melanocytes in your skin, each one melanocyte controls up to 40 to 50 different cells and keeps them pigmented. Once they start to be killed off by white blood cells, then you start to get those white blotches. So atrazine is a pesticide that attacks the plant's ability to create the aromatic amino acids. Now, if your body is not loaded with pigments, guess what? It's not going to really affect you that much. It's going to affect the people whose body is based on pigment more than anybody else. So we don't fucking-stand it. But see, the people that's studying us, they understand it. See, they understand it. What we forgot is, see, and this is why I be having a problem with all these fake ass Kemetic niggas. You know what I'm saying? They studying ancient Egypt and all this bullshit. They not. They fake it. They studying ancient Egyptian history, not ancient Egyptian science. There's a big fucking difference. If they were studying ancient Egyptian science, guess what they would know? They would know that our ancestors said that we are the frog people. So the moment that they start coming up with some shit to turn frog men into women, your brain and go, oh, wait a minute. What's happening right now? See, we don't understand this, but this was on the walls. Why? We forgot. Osiris is who? The perfect black. The name of Osiris is the perfect black. But when you see Osiris or Sa on the walls in Kemet, he's not black. He's green. The perfect black is green. We don't understand that. Hollywood learned that. They learned that by studying us. And what did they do? They produced green screen technology. So when you have green in front of photoreceptors and light, the green turns black. Magic. Now you can put something behind the screen. See, this all came from this all. Look. Now look at the science here. See, people could get mad with me for having a discussion, but I'm not the one that's producing these papers. I'm not the one that's doing this research. See, this talks about, and people can look these papers up. That's why I'm showing the articles so niggas can look these papers up on their own. They can look it up and see what neurosteroids are. Most people never even heard of neurosteroids probably before this video. They're like, yo, what the fuck is a neurosteroid? Neurosteroids is what controls your sexual orientation. Neurosteroids is what determines whether you look at a man. As a man, your neurosteroids is what makes you look at a woman and go, she looks sexy. I would love to have sex with her. Or it makes you look at a man and go, he looks sexy. I would love to have sex with him. Or the new generation. The new generation is so loaded with processed foods. And this is why I'm even calling on the gay community to stand up and stop this bullshit. When we was kids, the gay community knew who they was. The straight community knew who they was. Our kids now don't even fucking know if they gay or straight. This new fucking generation, they don't know if they gay or straight. They think gay is a rite of passage. They think that they're supposed to sleep with both sexes until they figure out what the fuck they were most comfortable doing. That shit is the most insane Twilight Zone shit I've ever heard of. And nobody in the black community knows what's going on. The whole rest of the world is laughing at us because we fucking stupid. We throw money on the fucking strip club floor before we send the money to Dr. Enqi to do this research. I'm the only one that's going to bring it to you and give it to you raw. Straight raw, like, nigga, what the fuck is Master P doing selling ramen noodles? Nah, bro, that's unacceptable. Non-cypher, God. Fuck that. All these niggas with potato chips, non-cypher. Get that shit off. Why the fuck? Niggas need to invest in me so I could put the right type of sea moss in the fucking stores. Why Master P didn't come? Yo, Inc, man. Listen, man, I see you with that sea moss, man. We're gonna put that sea moss in every motherfucking grocery store in the hood. You put ramen noodles in the hood, nigga? Huh? You know you contributing to the criminal rate? You contributing to the murders? You know you contributing to the fucking degeneracy? The Alzheimer's, the type 2 diabetes, the cancer rate, the impotence, niggas running around with fake fucking dicks. Ah!
Pipe.
And then they just him. We got the rappers, the billionaire rappers. The fuck, these niggas ain't doing nothing but signing other fucking rappers. What the fuck? Why they not passing out book deals? Why is it that the millionaire rappers is not branching their record labels into book deals that is teaching fucking real science to the babies? Because they cooning. Get the fuck out of here. These niggas bullshit, right? So now we see the test right here. We see the studies and you got enough information to look this shit up and go even deeper on your own. This is what they've been doing. They know the difference between a male brain and a female brain. How did they know? I just showed you. Look, I showed you how they know. Because they was in Africa, right? They was in Africa chopping niggas' heads off to see. They was in Africa. I ain't gonna pull it back up. I know some people like, please don't pull back up the heads. They was in Africa chopping niggas' heads off. How do you think they could master the science to the point where it's commercially available now? You could purchase. If you're a man, you can purchase a female body If you're a woman, you can purchase a male body. And nobody is putting 2 and 2 together. The surgery is not what converts a man into a woman. The surgery is not what converts a woman into a man. All the surgery does is give you the outward appearance. But you have to take the hormone injections and the hormone pills. So what are they doing? They're changing your neurochemistry. The same shit that niggas is doing accidentally through their diet. Why do you think California is the leading state of vegan? But everybody's sick out there because they're not really selling real vegan food in California. They just selling pounds and pounds and pounds of fucking soy, of fucking phytoestrogen. You see what I'm saying? See, niggas got to understand what's going on out here. All we got to do is just open up some books. The information is right there. We just got to open up some books. All we got to do, look, find out why is it that the obese boys have 50% less testosterone than the slim boys, which means they have an earlier rate of going into impotence. So you're not noticing it in your puberty years because you spiked. So it seems like it's normal, but it's 50% less than the other children. So now when you get into your 20s and 30s, you're the first nigga on Viagra because your testosterone production never got to maximum level because you had too many fucking little Debbies and snack cakes and all that shit. Yeah, that's what's going on. See, this shit starts early.
Talk.
We got 3-month and 6-month-old babies that's 3-month and 6-month-old babies that's obese. Come on now. See, niggas can say what they want to say when I'm talking, but men lie, women lie, scientific papers don't. See, we start pulling out the documentation on their ass. It's a whole nother conversation. You see what I'm saying? So when I'm saying this discovery, when I'm talking about this discovery of understanding, and this is somebody who spent their life. I spent my life reading and going over scientific textbooks. Long before I went to school to become a naturopathic doctor, I was reading textbooks as a hobby. That's just the shit that I was interested in. You know, that's the way my dad trained me. My dad trained me. Now, if y'all want to get all of this that y'all said on these slides, and they're like, damn, we should go through all the slides. You gotta watch that 11-hour video. You know what I'm saying?
Check the description for y'all watching at home. There's a link to Dr. Enqi's website and his CashApp.
Oh, that's beautiful. I don't know how you did that magic, but that is
we got more Snapchats if you're ready.
Okay, look. Before we go to the
super chat, I said Snapchat.
It's all good. I start talking about breast, and you seen breast and then thought Snapchat. It's okay. It's like it was a mental thing. As soon as you see breast, it was Snapchat. See, that's what we be doing on Snapchat. We be doing dirt on Snapchat. See, that's good though, because that shows that you got good neurochemistry. See, you see breasts and you thinking some ratchet shit. That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I'm a strip club DJ, so my head is already there.
Hey, leave me in the trap. It's going down. But wait, so here's a problem that our babies are having, right? Our babies are not developing properly because we're killing them from C-sections and formula milk, right? Now, new studies is coming out showing that there's a high correlation between formulas and autism. A high correlation between formulas and autism. And it's not even so much as the formula is like poisoning the child or giving the child some type of chemical toxin that's making them. Meat does that. I can show y'all the studies on that. Processed meat goes through the placenta. There's a chemical called NDMA. Processed meat, it goes through the placenta. The NDMA goes into the kid's brain and it fucks their brain up. And that actually also contributes to autism. But I'm gonna say, well, that's for autism conversation, right? But sialic acid, they showing a high correlation between lack of sialic acid in babies and autism and brain development in general, because going on the spectrum or being a part of the spectrum is not the only like brain development issues that we have. We got a lot of kids their brain is not fully developed by the time they hit 5 years old because they haven't had enough language exposure. They haven't had the right nutrition. They haven't had the right amount of fats, excuse me, not the right amount of fats as opposed to sugar, because we giving babies soda and fucking French fries. We giving babies table food instead of feeding them off the breast until they turn 2 years old, right? So men, put your foot down. Don't have no babies with no women that don't want to breastfeed, period. Let them go fucking barren. Let them fucking adopt, yo. Fuck them. If they don't want to breastfeed, you shouldn't have no fucking babies. Women get offended because I'm offended that you don't want to fucking breastfeed. That's what the breast is for. Breast is not for sex. Breast is for breastfeeding. Sex is a bonus. God gave you some bonus shit. That's bonus shit. Like, okay, good. You're going to be a mother. You're going to have babies and breastfeed. You're going to let these little motherfuckers bite on your titties and all that. Okay, cool. So you get to have a little orgasm, bust a nut, balance it off. You just want to have sex and enjoy the titties without doing the job. Titties are for breastfeeding. If you have a baby and you don't want to breastfeed, you should not be a mother. Period. End of story. Grand opening, grand closing. You're depriving these children of 30 to 40% of their brain development and their immune system when you do not breastfeed.
It's true.
Because they're already getting the sugar they need from the lactase.
Listen, let me show you this here. Look at this here. Now, even if, because the words are so small, even if you can't see and make out what all these words say, you can look at the formula. Now, this formula right here is a more expensive breast milk formula. Most breast milk formulas do not have all these nutrients that you see listed under formula. But even if they do, you can look at breast milk and see that breast milk has 5 times the amount of nutrients as your best formula. Breast milk has nutrients that they haven't even been able to synthesize in the laboratory again. So they can't put it in a formula. It can only be synthesized in the human body. That's number one. Number two, breast milk changes every day with your baby. That's shit that niggas don't know. Breast milk changes with the development of the baby. As the baby develops, the baby has different needs for their body. So the breast milk changes to meet the needs of the baby. You can't fucking duplicate nature. Niggas gotta fall, like, this ain't it. This is why, what do you think was going on? And it's still going on right now. Guess what white women do when they career hungry, right? Because Black women think they're supposed to finish school and get a job and all that shit take precedence. That's primary shit over your babies. No, that's secondary shit. Going to chase a fucking few dollars. You can't take the money with you when you die. You motherfuckers confused. The only thing that you leave a lasting legacy when you die is your children. Period. And if you don't have children, you just fucking made a wild decision for all of your ancestors. People that decide not to have children, you're making a wild fucking decision for all the ancestors that came before you. Because if they would have made that decision, your ass wouldn't even fucking exist. So having children and reproducing is primary to any species of animals on this planet. From fucking amoebas to fucking bumblebees to fucking whales, nigga, like that's reproducing is number one. And reproducing successfully, number one, primary objective. We don't understand that. White women, when they chasing careers and all that shit and they have babies, guess what they do? They hire Black women to breastfeed. They hire Black women to raise their children. You go down to Central Park in New York, you see nothing but Black ladies with white babies. Why? It's not because they starving. Them Black ladies are getting booked. They getting 40, 50, some of them getting $80 and $100 an hour. to watch them babies. So they're not underpaid. They're not abused. They're not underpaid. They're getting paid. But what we need to understand is, why are they getting paid? Because them people know that they need their baby to have a full developed immune system. So they're not going to buy formula. They're going to hire somebody to give them breast milk. In fact, if you don't mind spending the money, you can buy breast milk. Certain people that have brain malfunction, they're telling you to buy breast milk to restore some of the functionality in adults and children that's having disorders and shit like that, because you cannot replace the fucking nutrients of breast milk. And the thing that makes us different, that we didn't understand all this time, that I have now revealed to the world, my personal discovery, is the Enqi cycle. Right? The Enqi cycle, which is the relationship of water to melanin. That's why after Mona Harrison, we had your man Masaru Emoto pop up out of nowhere. All of a sudden, Japanese folks got the science of water, and he stopped. He stopped that shit. You notice he came out with he had a little wave, and then all of a sudden he just disappeared. He came out, oh, water absorbs sound and thoughts, sound and light, and then stop right there. Why? Because if his ass would have went any further in the information, he would have had to start discussing melanin. They're not going to do that. They're going to keep that quiet, because that is how they keep the genocide going. See, I just showed this world population thing here, and I'm not sure if people really paid attention to this world population shit. This world population shows a very interesting pattern. There's a very interesting pattern that's going on with this world population chart here. If we look at this world population chart, we'll see that there's a very interesting pattern right here. Look at this. Look at this pattern. The yearly change in the world population is doing what? Is steadily on the decline. That's the growth rate, steadily on the decline. And if you go all the way to the right and you see urban population, how come urban population is growing as global population rate is declining? See, we're not paying attention to the shit that we need to pay attention to. Niggas is confused. And the global population trends go hand in hand with the diabetes trends. Look at this. We can even look at the long-term diabetes trends. Look at the chart. The chart damn near flat right up until around 1860. Between 1850 and 1860 is where the diabetes trend gets to start taking off. And what do you have happen of a global scale magnitude in around 1850, 1860? Emancipation Proclamation, 1863. Right there where the sugar explosion goes on the motherfucking loose. And so what's happening? These crazy ass niggas that they done trained up for 300 years on sugar, they done released them. They said, no, we got them. So we got cute little memes that niggas say, oh, they done took you off the plantation. When they release you off the plantation, they took the shackle off your ankle and put the shackle on your mind. We don't realize what the shackle is. The shackle is the sugar. They put that sugar on your mind. Once they realize that they had kryptonite for your ass for real, oh, they could let you loose. You can go anywhere you want because we got these niggas under control. We understand that melanin is what controls biochemistry. We understand that melanin has what? Opioid receptors. Melanin has opioid receptors. So guess what? The higher the concentration of melanin, the higher the concentration of opioid receptors. What does that mean? The higher your addiction rate is to sugar, cocaine, crack, heroin. Oh, we got these niggas. And guess what? These niggas is too fucking stupid to study this information. They too stupid to put money into the pocket of Dr. Enqi that's going to do the fucking work, right? They don't want to put Dr. Enqi in a fucking book deal so Dr. Enqi's information could go fucking global and we could put an end to fucking diabetes. All these goofy ass niggas running around with Sabi name in their mouth. When Sabi was a fucking live, Sabi was doing the same thing I'm doing right now, saying, hey, I got the fucking solutions. I need funding. Who's going to put this bag up so we could get these motherfucking labs and these schools and this shit and put this shit together? Where was all the fucking rappers and all these goofball niggas then that's running around with Sabi name in their mouth right now? Quiet. The same place they at right now when I'm saying, listen, I need niggas to put that motherfucking bread up so we could do this research on a large scale level and put this shit together. This is the real play we need to run. If niggas want to give back to black folks, change these fucking science textbooks. I want my name in all these science textbooks, the Inky cycle. Inky discovered the Inky cycle where black folks' primary energy system is based on water and melanin, not on fucking Twinkies and fucking kale salads and raw steaks and all this other goofball fucking diets niggas is on. Niggas on Atkins, niggas on keto, niggas on paleo. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You're not a fucking paleo. What the fuck is wrong with these niggas? Oh, we on paleo. What? I'm like, where the fuck do these niggas get this shit from? We eating paleo diet. What group of black folks was on fucking paleo? Y'all niggas are confused. It's not based on your biochemistry or your neurochemistry, because your biochemistry and neurochemistry is unique. If it wasn't unique, you would not be at the forefront of catching all the fucking cancers. You would not be at the forefront of Alzheimer's and dementia. You would not be at the forefront of type 2 diabetes. The reason why we leading in all those categories, we're eating the same shit as everybody else. Think about it. Everybody goes to the fucking Chinese restaurant. Everybody's in the chicken spot. Everybody's eating pasta and lasagna and mac and cheese. Everybody's eating this shit. Everybody's drinking Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Why is it that black folks the only ones getting the type 2 diabetes and the cancer? Or we the highest rate? How the fuck does that happen? And nobody stops for a minute to say, what is it in our body that's making us more vulnerable? And then when the niggas stop and put the fucking work in, niggas looking the fucking other way. Nigga, knock it the fuck off. Stop putting all that fucking, all these niggas doing these stupid ass fucking videos in the fucking jewelry store. These are the stupidest fucking videos I ever seen. Niggas going to the jewelry store with book bags showing how they giving all the cash back for fucking rocks. You got jewelry. Oh, good. And you got more jewelry than the last time you went back and got more. Nigga, what the fuck are you doing? We got to get dripped up and get some ice and some diamonds, but everything got to be in priority. It's nothing wrong with flossing, but we got to have priority. That shit comes after research and development. That shit comes after we make sure we secure our children. And let me tell you, goofball nigga, something. You think like Dame Dash. Dame Dash keeps saying that he secured his children. His son is making cookies and he got diabetes. What the fuck is going on, Dame? Your son is in the sugar business and you got diabetes? What the fuck are we doing? Respectfully, my guy. Respectfully. You should be leading the fucking research and the fund. Dame Dash should be leading the diabetes fund. He should be leading, raising millions or hundreds of millions of dollars to fund diabetes research. No, instead, he's bragging about working for his last name because his son got a cookie business. My guy, stop it. How the fuck is a nigga with diabetes launching back in a sugar business? What the fuck are you doing, my guy? Somebody got to say it. What the fuck are we doing? It's mass genocide, man. It's mass genocide. It's mass genocide. And the shameful thing is that now we're doing it on ourselves. We leading the world in type 2 diabetes and we making potato chip businesses and cookie businesses. What the fuck are niggas doing? Sabi went to his fucking grave without niggas putting up that bag. millionaire athletes, millionaire rappers, all these motherfuckers. Now he dead. Oh, yo, I'm on that Sabi shit. Yo, I'm about to go vegan. You know, I'm going vegan off that Sabi. Nigga, I'm about to go. Nigga, when Sabi was here saying we trying to raise money for this fucking research, where was niggas at? Dr. Enqi is here right now with groundbreaking research, documentation, everything documented. Not from me, from the European scientists that you niggas love to fucking worship and kiss their ass. So the research is A1 verified. Groundbreaking research, my shit. The Enqi cycle. Where the fuck is the money? We got to heal our people. That's a real legacy. Heal your fucking babies. Make sure your babies don't grow up in a world where they got to worry about fucking type 2 diabetes, where niggas is producing insulin for $10 a vial and they selling it for fucking $600, $300 a bottle. See, that's gangster shit on another level. That's real extortion. They selling you your life. They selling you your life. My mom's almost died like 3 months ago. She went to the hospital. They gave her a powder. The powder, you take the powder, you gargle it in your mouth, you spit it out, and then somehow you could breathe for like 2 or 3 more days. And then you need the powder again. I said, what the fuck? These niggas is literally selling you life. You got to buy the powder in order to breathe for 3 days. You got to buy the insulin in order to eat for 2 days. Like, what the fuck? You can't eat unless you take the insulin. So, and like, get the fuck out of here, man. If these niggas want to change the world, if these niggas want to do something for their fucking children, listen, my phone is on my phone number. They need to hit my phone number, man. 586. Let me put my phone number so niggas can hit me direct. We don't even got to play with niggas can hit my phone number direct. 586-298-5000. That's not a fake number because it's 5,000. That's my real number. If a motherfucker hit it right now, it's going to go off. And I only have one. I don't have 3 numbers. One for the trap, one for the bitches that I pretend like I ain't fucking with, one for the main hope. No, none of that's happening. One phone for everybody. Okay. If I don't answer to get back to you, niggas, because that was on purpose. Okay. Your ass might be blocked. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what we need to do. If we want to do something for our legacy, it's time that we really invest in our legacy. Our legacy is our genetics. Legacy is not a business. Legacy is not a bank account. Legacy is genetics, because you always going to be, and I'm speaking directly to the people who think entrepreneurism is how you take care of your future generations. Oh, I make sure my kids never have to work for nobody. Huh? What you mean? You're not a boss if you got to work for medication. The pharmaceuticals, the pharmaceutical companies that control your motherfucking medication is your boss, nigga. Because all the working you do, you got to pay them. And if they stop selling the motherfucking drug, your ass is going to stop breathing. You're going to stop living. So you in a whole nother level of slavery. Fuck a boss, fuck a 9 to 5, nigga. You got a pharmacist. If you got a pharmacist, you're not a free man.
Because their motto is a patient cured is a customer lost.
That's right. Because diabetes people spend $6,000 to $12,000 a year on diabetes medication. That's just on diabetes medication. That's not including all of the other medications that you need to get from complications of diabetes. See, diabetes is similar to AIDS. People don't die from diabetes. They die from complications of diabetes. People don't die from AIDS. They die from complications of AIDS. See, diabetes opens up your body for other things, brain disease and heart disease. So we hear all the time that heart disease and brain disease is the #1 and the #2 killers. But what we're not understanding, and #3 is cancer. That's the top 3. Every year they might switch. Somebody might gain a little bit of momentum. You know what I mean? Cancer might gain a little momentum on brain disease and move into the second spot, brain disease in third. The top 3 killers, heart disease, brain disease, cancer. What they're not telling you is that all 3 of them, the leading cause is type 2 diabetes. So now, Do the math. If type 2 diabetes is primarily a Black issue, and the leading cause of heart disease, brain disease, and cancer is type 2 diabetes, well, then what the fuck is going on? That's genocide in the motherfucker. Especially when they had 300 years of studying your ass in the sugar field. And they learned then that sugar shortens your lifespan to 5 to 9 years. That was the most remarkable shit I ever heard of. Why? Because they wasn't giving them nothing else to eat but the sugar. You got to work in the sugar fields, eat from the sugar fields. So everything was sugar. They was drinking sugar water, eating sugar cane. Even if they got a little veggie or something, they sugar. They wasn't living 10 years, dead in 10 years. From the first day they worked in the motherfucking sugar field, dead in 10 years. They need to replace them. That's why they had to replace slaves so much. And that's why when they show you slavery movies, they show you niggas picking cotton, because they don't want you to know the secret of what was really fucking going on. Because then that's going to start unraveling everything. You're going to be like, oh, wait a minute, the sugar, hold on, niggas still dealing with diabetes, right? Wait a minute, what the fuck is going on? Absolutely. Your reward system in your brain. They tell you in school that your reward system in your brain is what addicts people to drugs, pornography, sex, whatever the case may be, alcohol, sugar. But what they're not telling you is that these are pigment centers. These are pigment centers, and they're regulated by pigment. And the denser the amount of pigment, the more hyperactive these centers in the brains are, the more responsive these centers in the brain are. And I did the research in the science world and in the real world. When I first got a job at Verizon, I worked in right across the street from the Mall of Georgia. This is like an hour ride out from Atlanta. And when I worked in there, I met, like, everybody was white up there when I got there. And we having lunch one day and we talking. I almost got offended, you know what I'm saying? Because I forgot how the conversation came up. But my coworkers was surprised that I never smoked crack. And right before I got like hype and it got to a different space, they was like, hold on now, Tony. Tony, that's the thing. Hold on now, Tony. I'm only saying this because, you know, I'm a few years younger than you, and we used to smoke a lot of crack back in the days at the parties. You know what I'm saying? We just didn't get addicted. It was just like smoking weed or doing a little coke. You know, it didn't, you know, we didn't get addicted to it. You know what I'm saying? And in my mind, that fucked me up. I was like, wait, what do you mean you smoke crack? I was like, nigga, we didn't smoke no fucking crack. Nigga, there was crackheads, and there was niggas that sold crack and niggas that used crack, but they didn't, you know, it wasn't even. So, you know, but I'm like, what do you mean you smoked crack, but you didn't get hooked on it? He was like, yeah, you know, that didn't. And I thought back, we used to have people that worked in the courthouse. Like, it was a guy who was like an assistant DA in the Bronx courthouse. He used to buy crack in the hood all the time. And that shit used to trip us out, how this nigga was working clean. You know, this nigga smoked crack though. This nigga where, you know, he worked with the DA and all that. Clean mother, he smoked crack. So even as a youngin', I'm having these experiences that later on in my life, when I'm able to study and research and really get to the science and start understanding neurochemistry, I'm like, oh shit, this is why X, Y, Z, and I still remember their name, but I ain't gonna say their name. But this is why these guys were saying that they was smoking crack and they didn't get addicted. It didn't affect them the same way, because they don't have the density of melanin as we do. They don't have the density of neuromelanin, which means they don't have the output, which means they don't have the addiction. They don't have the sugar problem. They don't have the sugar eating away at the melanin centers. Diabetes primarily attacks anywhere that you have pigment. That's what diabetes does. That's what sugar does. Sugar attacks pigment. They measure, listen to this shit. You just pay attention and you just peep this shit. They measure diabetes by how much it attacks the pigment. You go, wait a minute, Inky, what you talking about? A1C. Your blood is pigment. It's called hemoglobin. Heme is a pigment just like melanin. The only difference between heme and melanin is that melanin has an affinity for sodium and an affinity for iron, right? The neuromelanin in your brain has an affinity for iron. The melanin in your body has an affinity for sodium. Heme has an affinity for iron, right? Chlorophyll is also a pigment. Same structure, but chlorophyll has an affinity for magnesium. Why? Because the different minerals that's centered in the pigments determines their function, determines their absorption spectrum, right? So this is why, let me show y'all this goofball too, because this goofball nigga here got black folks, and this is the shit that fucks me up with black folks. Anything somebody that's not black say, we jump onto that shit, right? This fucking goofball, right? This guy right here, Arturo Salas Herrera, running around telling motherfucking niggas that melanin does photosynthesis. And it's crazy because even my 6-year-olds immediately knew that that was impossible. Not true, not wrong, impossible. I can show you real quick in one picture. Let me show you in one picture. One fucking picture. Hold on. I'm gonna show you in one picture that it's impossible for melanin to produce photosynthesis. And as a scientist and a doctor, I'm not excusing him because he knows better. He knows better. That's not an innocent mistake. He knows better. The end product of photosynthesis is sugar, carbohydrates. So when you say that melanin does photosynthesis, what you're saying is that melanin absorbs sunlight and then makes sugar. Now, for a group of people that have been dying from fucking sugar for 400 plus years, that should be highly offensive. You should be more offended at a nigga saying melanin does photosynthesis than a white person calling you nigger in anger. We done sold too much motherfucking NWA and fucking trap music to be worried about white folks saying nigga. How the fuck is they gonna buy the music and go to all the concerts and not sing the lyrics? Get the fuck out of here. Niggas gotta stop that bullshit. Okay? Everybody that's trying to get a fucking record deal, let me let you in on a secret. Niggas don't buy music. And we don't buy tickets like that. We like to sneak in the back door and be 40 niggas like, yo, ho, you gonna get me in? Niggas ain't paying for all that. White folks is the ones that supports the music industry. So when you saying that they can't say the N-word, the N-word, don't say nigga. You're saying that they can buy the music. You're saying they can buy the concert ticket. You're saying they could buy the fucking t-shirts and all the goddamn shit you got to sell. But you don't want them to sing the lyrics. Get the fuck out of here. We got to be more offended when we hear goofball niggas saying that melanin does photosynthesis than when white folks say nigga. Okay. And we have to realize after this night, everybody who see this video, the wool has been pulled from over your eyes. No longer should you watch and support these black niggas on YouTube that's telling you they holistic healers that have been teaching you that melanin does photosynthesis. Stop watching their channel. Stop supporting fucking goofballs. Stop supporting niggas that's teaching you genocide. That's the same as you going, oh, Master P selling ramen noodles. I'm about to go buy some. Stop supporting your own genocide. Okay? I've been saying since people first knew my name, that melanin, that was my discovery also. And I'm still fighting for niggas to start using that science. Melanin does not do photosynthesis. Melanin is photovoltaic. But because I'm the one who made that discovery, niggas don't want to respect their own. Niggas can't respect a nigga with a gold chain and diamonds and gold teeth. I'm from 158th Street. It don't matter how smart I get. I'm going to always be a motherfucker from 158th Street. I'm proud of where I'm from. I'm never going to switch up on my niggas. The beauty of me having this intelligence is that I keep my feet grounded so that I have the ability to translate complex science into everyday language so niggas can get it. Melanin is photovoltaic. And they know this. Look, they know this because the science of, what's that right there? Solar panels. The science of solar panels comes out of your body. Melanin is photovoltaic. Solar panels are photovoltaic. What does that mean? That means they take light photo and produce a voltage, electricity, electrons. So when you convert sunlight into electricity, that is photovoltaism. Melanin is photovoltaic. Melanin does not do no fucking photosynthesis. Niggas like, wait a minute, doc, but what's the P type, the N type? Let me show you. Inside your body, you have collagen. Collagen functions as a N-type material, the same as you have synthetic version in your solar panels, right? Hydroxyapatite, that's your bones and your teeth, your tendons. Those function as P-type materials. Now, your PN junction, copper in your body. That's why copper is a part of building all of the tissues and bones in your body, because your bones and your tissues are piezoelectric. Means that every time you put pressure on them, they generate electric current. Bruh, niggas can't fuck with me, man. Let me play this song. Let me play a song for the family out there so they can understand. See, this is what I do in the studio. I translate this science into the music. Let me, because you got a real rap audience. They understand how to listen and pay attention to real lyrics. They need to hear this shit.
What is it? We gotta get out of that. Honestly, but now I'm starting to really think like, what is it? Loving your soul is a really serious thoughts and emotions combined into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified and chimid is the falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant is a dick to be complacent, and this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information billions of years.
We find out.
We couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music.
Dr. Inky.
Yeah.
There's a better way to play that. If you go to your Zoom, because right now we're hearing the music from the microphone. If you go to the Zoom where you're sharing, there's an option to share sound, because we're not getting the direct. We're not getting the sound directly from you.
What do I hit? Share.
So no, you know how you have the screen shared?
It says share sound.
Share sound. Yeah, that way we can get the full high quality version.
Okay, now what do I do from there when I press?
Go ahead and share again. Boom. And then you clicked on share sound already, right?
Wait, and it says enter my password to allow.
No, you shouldn't have to do that. On the top, you'll see view option. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. On the bottom where it says share screen, you'll see an arrow. And then you'll see 3 dots. If you click those 3 dots.
Oh, it says I got to install a Zoom audio device.
Oh, okay. I mean, you may not have the audio connected then. Okay, that's all right. I mean, I just wanted to make sure we got the best. Science. I just wanted to get the best quality out of that.
It's all right. It's a rewind. You know what? They can hear it. They can hear it. They can fight through this audio, and then they can go and look up, because it's on every platform. Sound Becomes Light is the name of the album, and it's also the name of the song.
Or I could play it. I could play it on my end if you want to.
How?
You should see it on YouTube.
Yep.
Sound Becomes Light.
Dr. Inky.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Boom. I see it. All right. So I'm gonna play it on this end. That way it'll sound a lot better, because the mic won't give it justice.
I love you. You're the best engineer online.
Oh, thank you, sir.
AD.
Okay, let me do it like this. Hold up.
Ooh, they about to make it crispy so they can get the lyrics.
Hey.
Yes, sir. Gonna do it like this. Okay, and then I think you can already hear. Yeah, you can hear on this end. Here we go.
What is it? We gotta get out of that Illuminati mindscape. But now I'm starting to really think like, what is it?
Yeah.
Selling your soul is a really serious thoughts and emotions combined into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified and chimid is the falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant is a dick to be complacent, and this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction, cocoon's a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on Earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light, life is raw music.
Beautiful sound becomes light. Oh.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am type of hype. Get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures, cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
We find out, yo, Inky. Oh man,
getting all fire in the chat.
Yeah, you got the craft room is on fire right now for you, bro. You see it?
I appreciate it. I can't see it, but I appreciate it.
How we didn't know rap could get that big. Buzz is biology, underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps. Swinging like it's noose hung. Ain't no stopping us. Affecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon, a firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes flesh.
Electromagnetic waves in your body.
Wow.
Yo,
that was fire.
Come on, yo. Hey, come on.
Yo. I like
Sound
that beat.
becomes light. Light becomes flesh.
Oh man. Oh man. Yo.
That's in the whip.
Yeah, that's in the whip.
That's
That's
in the whip.
yo. Listen, that was fire, yo. I didn't know you know how to spit like that, yo.
Real.
Oh, listen, I'm from 158th Street in the Bronx, man.
Exactly. Cat don't attack me, man. Yeah, the Bronx, man. That's where it started at, man. Yo. That is incredible, yo. You got that, yo, the whole chat room is loving it. Yo, shout out to the craft room. Dr. Enqi, man, you came through, delivered. And you ain't got to spray him. You saw the cat attack me?
Yeah, that's why I sprayed.
Listen, man, you know why? Because we had to talk about this shit. Niggas running around with fake pipes. I'm back on the fake pipes. Niggas running around with fake pipes.
Fake
talking crazy.
Pipes. What you putting in your pants? Oh man.
Oh man.
Yeah.
No.
Niggas running around with fake pipes.
No.
Damn. Yo, that was fire. That was fire, man. That's the best way to. Oh man, that's the best way to smooth it out. We got a couple of super chats for you to read. Let's go through them.
Yeah. I'm ready to wrap it up.
Yeah,
because we'll be here doing a whole new 11-hour job.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, because we got to get to the music part.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Matter of fact, that's a good segue. So we could just go to the super chat and then close out with the music.
Yeah. You went in. You left no stone unturned.
Well, we gotta watch out because some of these super chats are questions. So I'm just gonna get right into it and see what happens. Okay, Tyrus Thomas says, "Peace, Dr. Inky. You stay dropping that fire information, right and exact."
Appreciate all the rabbits. All the rabbits that's in the building. Appreciate all the rabbits. Drop some rabbit ears in the chat. Put some rabbit ears in the chat.
Yeah, throw up them rabbit ears. Hold on.
Go for it. Divine Unique says, "Peace, Priest, AD Minister Inky. Inky, can you briefly build on the telomeres, being that they say that they are key in maintaining youth and longevity? I've come across a compound called methylene blue that's said to have an affinity for the telomeres."
Nah. Listen, they're hiding our science in these textbooks, right? So when they talk about telomeres, the conversation needs to be on melanin. This is the importance of me discovering the Enqi cycle. This is the importance of not only me discovering it, but everybody else now propagating it, right? And propagating the science from it. So one of the things that I brung to the health world that they didn't know existed, you know what I'm saying? I gotta put the extra drip on it, because if you don't tap yourself on the fucking back, nobody else do it. You gotta do it first. So one of the things I brung to the holistic health and the naturopathic world that nobody was ever discussing was the NRF2 system. The NRF2 system is the system inside your cell that protects the nucleus. It protects the nucleus where the nuclear DNA is. The nuclear DNA is capped with telomeres, right? But there's a system in place that protects the nuclear DNA. That is the NRF2 system. That's what we designed our chemiluminescence around. Now, what inside the cell regulates the NRF2 system is NAD. NAD molecules regulate the NRF2 system. So this is why when you look up anti-aging research and all that, they talk about metformin, they talk about methylation compounds, but they talk about really the activity of sirtuins to be able to methylate the histones. And I was the first one to uncover research on the histones. See, this is what the fuck I do. That's why I'm saying I need funding. I'm doing this shit from the crib with 5 fucking kids. These niggas have no fucking idea what I would be fucking putting on their ass with a fucking staff of niggas. I'm like, yo, do this and do that. And I got 5 kids. My baby mama's a fucking absolute deadbeat. She's a 0. She don't even really know the little ones. Like, I got to do it all myself, and I'm still doing groundbreaking shit. So NAD, they talk to you about NAD or vitamin B3 or NMN. These are the things you're going to hear about in the anti-aging, because these are the things that activate the sirtuins, and the sirtuins renew the histones. Yeah, cool. But what is in charge of making sure that NAD has hydrogen gas or free electrons to transfer to the NRF2 system, to transfer to the, you see, so the hierarchy exists inside the cell. And what feeds the electrons and the hydrogen to the NAD is the melanin inside the cell. So that's what we got to focus in on. We can't focus in on a lot of this shit that we hearing from white folks, because it's not for us. Like when we hear about apple cider vinegar, what we don't hear about apple cider vinegar is that apple cider vinegar destroys melanin. So while you consuming, guzzling, goofball niggas going on apple cider vinegar fasts, you're destroying all of the fucking pigment in your body. That's why they tell you, if you got too dark skin and you want to lighten your skin, rub it with fucking vinegar and it'll lighten your skin. It's a skin lightener because it destroys pigment. Aloe vera destroys pigment. So if you're eating fucking aloe vera shit, it's destroying the pigment in your fucking body. The shit that everybody eat, we not supposed to eat. And y'all listening to all these goofball niggas that's calling themselves holistic healers because they watch me, right? Because before I came in and made the vegan shit drip, the vegan shit was not for street niggas. The vegan shit was not for hip hop athletes. It wasn't for rappers. The shit was for goofy niggas wearing sandals and burning incense and looking extra feminine and all that. Once I came in with my Philly team and they started to see street niggas and Gucci and chains and all that with fur coats and all that talking about they vegan, niggas like, oh shit, I could do that vegan thing. We can pull that off. Oh shit, now tough niggas is getting vegan. Bodybuilders is getting vegan. Oh, that vegan thing is a whole nother thing now. See, we had to transform the look of that. We had to put the gaiters on and the hard bottoms and tell niggas we vegan. We had to get on the pull-up bar and do sets of pull-ups like we just fresh out of prison and all that. Oh yeah, nah, we vegan, nigga. We ain't had no beef, no franks, no none of that shit. No meat, nigga. This muscle is just premium motherfucking grass like gorillas and elephants, nigga. We taking it back to the essence. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand that we got a special, unique fucking chemistry. And niggas got to say, listen, man, that boy Enqi, man, we gonna fund that boy, man. We're gonna put a couple hundred bands up, couple 100,000 bands up, couple million. We're gonna put whatever we gotta put up on that boy to get that boy in the right position where we can really do something for our legacy, really do something for the next generations that's gonna change the fucking world out here. Change the world, nigga. Don't make a clothing line. Change the world. Don't make a potato chip company. Change the world. Don't make a fucking cookie company, nigga. Change the world, nigga. Fuck that. We need to change the world. We don't got millionaires and billionaires right now to fucking go along to get along. All of our fucking ancestors rolling over in the grave because they fought to be able to read books. They was getting hung, getting their titties cut off, getting their fucking clitoris cut off. They still getting their titties and their clitoris cut off in fucking Africa. Niggas getting their dicks cut off and all that, hung on trees and all that if they got caught reading a book. And now we got millionaires and black billionaires, and niggas is investing in record companies. Yo, I'm about to put it on for the hood. I'm about to give back to my community. We're gonna start a record label. Nigga, what are you doing, bro? The record label is for you to get the bag. But once you get the bag, you got to reinvest the bag. Research and development, my guy. Research and development, my sister. Get yourself out of the situation where we dependent on these. Listen, they think this shit is so funny. They getting the dangling this shit in our face. This motherfucking nigga, Samuel Jackson, got a new movie coming out, a new TV series where he got dementia.
Yeah, saw that.
He got dementia. And guess what they're going to do on him? They're going to give him a vaccine that they haven't tested. Oh, guess where the fuck we heard that story at? Joe Biden. Oh, they give it untested vaccines to Joe Biden in the fucking TV series. What the fuck is it called? The Samuel Gray or Earl Grey or whatever the fuck they call it, this shit. Samuel Jackson is getting an untested vaccine for his neuromelanin. Come on, man. We got to understand niggas done put this shit in our face in so many different ways, man. But anyway, let's go to the super chat because I'm about to go back into the cold motherfucking class. This is what I do. I live it. I love it. So I breathe this shit.
All right. Next, we got Anita Sparks says, "Peace, Inky. Please check it on IG DMs. It's Malika." All right. The Freedom Culture says, "Peace. What's your thoughts on microwaves?"
Microwaves.
Yeah, come on.
That's super outdated. If you got a microwave in your house, you need to slap fire out yourself. Slap yourself right now, or just like hit your head real hard on the wall one time. Like, you should not have a microwave in 2022.
Yeah, we got no microwave in this house.
When I first found out about microwaves, that was probably in the 90s. And I threw mines out, and then I got into beef with my mom's because I went to my mom's house and threw her shit out. That didn't really go over.
Yeah.
I got you.
No, I got an argument with my parents too about microwaves.
Yeah, you need a toaster oven. Get you a toaster oven or a little convection oven, or fuck all that. Now you need an air fryer. Like, that's microwave is outdated.
Stranger says, "I know someone with aphantasia. He makes great music." Aphantasia. Okay. Richard G says, "What does it mean if you can't scream in dreams?"
Oh. Yo, to Malika, I just read your DM. I just got on Clubhouse. Now, when Clubhouse first started, I'm sorry to cut your wisdom, God. When Clubhouse first started, I had an account, but I only came on there for like 2 or 3 days because I couldn't get with the shit that I didn't like about Clubhouse was that you would be on there for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and y'all see how I give it up. I can't go in like how I go in and then the shit delete. So I went in and I did some rooms and the rooms got crazy and we hung up the Clubhouse, and then I went back to check my shit. And they was like, "Oh, no, they don't save on Clubhouse in the race." I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Nah, I'm good on Clubhouse, bro. I can't let my wisdom delete like that." So I just started another page and I just got on Clubhouse like 2 days ago. Shout out to Dell from the P. Dell from the P, Unconventional Thoughts, I believe is the group. Dell from the P. That's my guy from Philly. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely still Philly love. And let me see if I could find it. So that way people could find me on Instagram. On Clubhouse. But I'm a newbie on Clubhouse. I'm just trying to figure this shit out. All right, hold on. Dell. Let me make sure I pull this up. Yeah, Unconventional Thoughts. That's the name of the group that we're trying to build up. So we're gonna be going in, and then I'll be jumping around in other people's groups and shit. But yeah, I'm 2 days. I'm like 48 hours on Clubhouse. So I'm not swaggy at all on Clubhouse. I'm an absolute square.
All right. Let's see. Reggie says, "Hey, you remember when people used to crease their jeans sharp? What did you spray on your jeans to get the crease out? Starch."
Certified fact.
Yeah.
Certified fact.
Bella B says, "Peace, Doc, from your brother in Australia. They are hiding technology you can charge your phone with the sound waves from a song."
That's right. That's what, listen, and this is shit that they just figuring out way later from Tesla. What Tesla was basically talking about was using compression waves or mechanical waves in the space of electrical or transverse waves. So that's the same thing that our body does on a regular basis. Water, remember, water cells developed without pigment. Pigment was a advancement in single cells. Before there was pigment in the cells, the water had to get its energy from sound and convert that sound into energy. Water had to provide its own energy for cells to survive long enough to start to develop pigment. And now the cells can absorb light, and that can enhance, not replace, enhance the ability of a cell to use sound for energy. Now we think that we only locked into getting energy from hamburgers and French fries. I'm like, y'all niggas clearly do not know any fucking science. You know that before there was complex animals on this motherfucker, it was only cells. So if the cells require hamburgers and salad to fucking to live, we would have never existed. So we just got to understand, you know, how to tap back into all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's the research I'm telling niggas to invest in. You know, people that you like the information, really think about becoming a supporter. You know, that's what I'm looking for. $25 a week, $85 a month, so you can fund this research.
Destroyer.
We fund the Red Cross to search cancer cures, and them motherfuckers ain't produced not one cure yet. We funding the Diabetes Association. Them niggas ain't told you nothing but take more insulin, and insulin clearly can't help. That's like if a nigga smoke crack and you tell him, in order to get off your crack addiction, we're gonna give you more crack, huh? Anybody that's from the hood, you should know better than thinking insulin could cure diabetes, because you know heroin addicts. And where do you find all the heroin addicts? KP, if me and you get a brick of heroin right now, right? And we go to a new city, where is the one place that we guaranteed to find a whole lot of heroin addicts where we could get busy at? The methadone clinic.
Yeah.
That's right. Every city in the methadone clinic. Why? Because when they run out of heroin, they go get morphine. Yeah, they go get the fake heroin.
Yeah.
And does that ever break anybody's addiction? Hell no. That keeps heroin addicts. So what do you have outside the clinic? You got hundreds of fucking heroin addicts looking like the living fucking dead out there. Every city got it. New York, LA, Philly, Detroit, Dallas, Houston, wherever you got a heroin clinic, you got a line full of fucking heroin addicts. They're not doing nothing but keeping the heroin going. And guess who is a part of that program? Joe fucking Biden. Yes, we got to bring it back to Biden. Come on, do y'all niggas know that Joe Biden was passing out drug paraphernalia for free? What? Biden started a program to give away drug paraphernalia.
Dude, yeah, crack pipes. He was literally, he bought everybody crack pipes.
Yo, wait, no. When he started the crack pipes, that's when the Republicans jumped in there and stopped that shit. Like, whoa, you're going too far, nigga. But he was giving out free needles, free, bro. And I said, what the fuck? How is this nigga giving out free drug paraphernalia in the hood and nobody gives a fuck? Because the fucking goofball black folks that don't read no books, they voted for Biden. They don't know. This nigga's the nigga. That's the fucking Antichrist. That nigga's Damien from the fucking Joe Biden is fucking Damien. You think y'all don't understand?
All right. Destroyer of Simps says, paying tuition. Dr. Inky, how do we protect ourselves from this? What foods do we eat to not be affected by the gay chemicals?
It's sugar. It's not necessarily a gay chemical. It's sugar. What sugar does, like I was showing you, is it eats holes in the brains, in the neuron centers, in the pigment centers. So what happens is you're not getting enough neurosteroids, or you're getting way too much neurosteroids, because it deregulates the neurosteroid system in the brain. So now they have already done the studies on heterosexual women versus lesbian women, not bisexual women, lesbian women, the women that only like to be with women. They showed that the women that only like to be with women have a much higher rate of neurosteroids flowing through their brain than heterosexual women. They showed that gay men versus heterosexual men, they have a much lower rate of neurosteroids flowing through their brain. They show that certain particular brain areas have more activity than others. They show that as they were children, see, this is shit that we gotta look. I don't want to go into a whole nother, but it's sugar's the problem.
Hey,
sugar's the problem. I gotta keep it short so we can get the fuck out of here and get to the music.
Yeah, we're gonna bring you back. Don't worry about it.
We got a few more here. Kaum says, Killah, AD, Inky, keep dropping jewels.
Yes, sir.
Nyasha Champ says, how would we research our haplogroup for the proper diet? I happen to know that my maternal haplogroup is H34. Where do I start my research? Great build, Dr. Inky.
Don't get lost in those L1O and HB this and E1 that, and don't get lost in that. Get focused on the places where your family is from, because you have migratory patterns and it'll confuse you. You would be looking up, you would say, okay, well, I did the, you went and did the DNA test, and the DNA test says you got, X amount of percentage from here and there and the other. You got migratory patterns, because the most strongest influence on your genetics is always going to be environment. The way our cells are designed to combat what we deal with in our environment. So where your family is from is more important than arbitrary tags that they put on your DNA. You know what I'm saying? So where your family is from, if your family is primarily from equatorial regions, the equator, that means that what you need to do is go to drenqi.com and buy the book, Eat Right for Your Haplotype. Start there. Let's make it simple. Go to drenqi.com, buy the book, Eat Right for Your Haplotype. That book right there is going to go. Let me show you what the book look like, so you don't think that you're buying some old flimsy ass. This is a textbook that you're buying. This is a 400+ page hardcover textbook.
Shout out to everybody that's coming to the Killah Priest Podcraft. We're in the middle of a build. We about to go into the music. We got Congo in the building. He's gonna be up here in a minute. Gonna get into the music. Word. Inky's looking for his book. Shout out to everybody in the Podcraft. Y'all been wonderful. I mean, the questions, the super chat's been great. Man, it's always good to learn about health. Health is wealth.
So these right here, these is unwrapped. I gotta ship out books now, but these is unwrapped. See, these is textbooks, 400 page textbooks with all of the science down to the, and the way the nutrition is in my books, I don't give people foods. I don't give people like plants, like, oh, what herb is for this? No. What's more important than knowing a food or a herb is knowing the active compounds in the herb. Because if you get fixated on getting one plant to do a thing, what you don't know is that nature has that same compound in a wide variety of plants. So if you're looking for something for your liver and you locked into thinking milk thistle, you might not know that there's 20 other plants that you could get that might be more readily available for you with those same chemical compounds or better. So the chemical compounds is what we need to know, the active ingredient inside the herb. What is inside the herb that does the magic? That's what pharmaceutical companies study. See, we got to follow where the bags go, the millions and the billions, and then see what they, see what they doing. So start your research there. That'll get you on the right track.
All right. Moving on here, we've got, let's see. A stranger says urban living versus rural living. Which one for us?
Oh, shit, nah. It's rural for everybody. Urban living is shit. The air quality is horrible. We need to definitely, we definitely don't need to be packed one another on top of each other. The air quality is horrible. Even if you don't smoke cigarettes, you have brown lungs if you live in the city. You got to move out the city for at least 10 to 15 years before your lungs clear up from the smog of just city air.
Shout out to Richard G. Stranger says, thanks for the information tonight. Best podcraft in the galaxy. Don Ross.
Killah Priest, man.
Yeah. Don Ross, no relation, says, that's our problem now. We're always looking for a savior to invest in instead of investing in ourselves. Nobody knows you better than you. 100.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Fella B says, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was the biggest brainwash movie, too.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Some cats just become.
I guess because of the sugar.
Charlie and the Cake.
Oh, that chocolate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that movie did kind of make you want to have a chocolate bar.
You know what's funny though? And I'll be having, like, me and my children just had beef about this over the holidays, right? Because I don't know what it is that they was watching, but they got into a chocolate vibe where it was like, Dad, we want to get, we want some chocolate, this and that. And so I fuck with chocolate, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, bet. I go to the supermarket, I come back with chocolate. I break off the chocolate, like, come on, let's get everybody faces frowned up. They like, Dad, what's this? We don't like, what is this?
Raw.
Like, that's chocolate, nigga. That's chocolate.
Raw cacao?
Y'all thought, not necessarily raw cacao, but I get like the 95% chocolate bar.
Yeah.
Which is mostly cacao. It's no milk, low sugar. So that shit in the chocolate factory is that milk chocolate. See, milk chocolate is milk and sugar mostly. It's very little chocolate actually in there. Very little chocolate is actually in those chocolate products. It's mostly milk and sugar. And a lot of them have salt loaded up in there with the milk and sugar. You know what I'm saying? So it's very little chocolate in them. The Kit Kats and the Reese's and all that. That shit ain't got damn near no chocolate in there. That's all milk and sugar with coloring.
And oil.
Coloring and thickeners. Yes, oils. Boom. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Let's see. We've got Stranger says, Dr. Inky, do my blood work. I'm in Staten Island.
Nah, you could do your blood work and send me the info and we can work. You know what I'm saying? You can go to my website. We set up a consultation and all that. I'll go over your blood work with you.
DH says, Google melanin-based electronics.
Oh yeah, they doing synthetic melanins. They doing polydopamine and all that shit, man. It's a lot of synthetic melanin technology. Listen, you can look up melanocytes cure MS. Ain't that shit so foul that Black folks dying from MS and they extracting the melanin from you to cure MS and other niggas? Listen, I'm trying to tell niggas they need to send me the fucking money so I could do this research because niggas playing. Niggas is investing in ramen noodles and sugar companies. Niggas making cookies. Niggas making cookies and ramen noodles and outfits. That's what Black folks do with money. Niggas think they healing. They think they giving back to the community, making outfits, sugar, ramen noodles. Come on, man. We got to stop this goofy shit. You're not helping the community with new outfits. You're not helping the community with cookies, ramen noodles, or potato chips. Stop it. You're goofballing.
Miriam, shout out to Miriam TV, Richard G. D8 says, at Enqi, peace. I see where you're going with the NRF2, oxidation and the free electrons of melanocyte. Okay.
You got, it's over now. We just got to make sure we keep it in its proper perspective. The Enqi cycle. See, like when we talk about ATP, we call it the Krebs cycle. When we talk about Kleber's law, we say Kleber's law. When you make a scientific discovery, they name it after you. So we got to make sure that we keep our shit. This is why it's called intermittent fasting right now, because we didn't name it after Elijah Muhammad. So his kids and kids' kids and his kids' is not eating off of their intellectual property because we just threw it up in the air. We make monumental discoveries. We got to make sure that we keep our shit correct.
Well, it's called the Inky cycle. It's the Inky cycle.
That's the
Inky
cycle.
That's it. Inky cycle.
Primary to the Krebs cycle is the Enqi cycle. Water and melanin turn sound into light. That's why the name of the album, Sound Becomes Light.
That's dope.
We have a Dr. Patah says, tell Inky the OG said behave himself before me and Sebi come beat him.
Hey, if you could pull that off, I would love it.
And that is it for the super chats as of now.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
Man, Dr. Inky, that was a great bill. You can stick around. You want to stick around for the music? Oh, but you got to go. You got to go with the C's and stuff like that. You've been great. Yeah. I want to thank you for riding the Rocketeer. Shout out to the Craftsman. You took the Podcraft and you took it to another level. You know what I'm saying? It was the Inky system. You know what I mean? That's it. It's Inky.
You got to deal with it, man.
Thank you for your discoveries.
Niggas running around with fake pipes, man.
Man, fake pipes. What you putting in your pants?
Bro.
That's what gave you that stance.
And then look, niggas getting infections in their fake pipe, and then they got to get their pipe cut off. It's crazy.
Wow. It's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Wow.
Man. Oh, we're Bobby. We got Bobby Conga in the place. Yeah, I want to shout out to the everybody in the craft room. We're gonna let Dr. Inky go. Man, thank you for coming through. We're gonna get into the music part.
Knowledge born through the knowledge radio.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Knowledge Born, man.
And for y'all at home, check the description.
Yeah, Captain Tazariak too. He had the we gotta put up his he has a debate coming to the joint. All right, y'all. He going, so we're gonna get into the music. We got come on up here, Bobby. Yeah. We got Sewell and y'all know him. How great is but y'all just coming to this Podcraft. This cat is a legend. Bobby Conga. You know we supposed to get him. We call him Wakanga in here.
What's going on with you, man?
Yo, that's fire, man. That's fire. Yo, he finally played the joint for me. I love it.
Oh, yeah,
Word,
yeah, man. We played on the way here this morning.
Yeah, exactly, man. There's the chat room. He's here. You know you're a favorite on this show.
Oh, man, there we go, man. What's going on with all of you, man?
Yeah, man. Shout out.
Family.
Yeah. We didn't have no, they said Congo Bobby, there it goes.
What's going on, man? What's going on with everybody?
Yeah, exactly. Word. Shout out to everybody. So we're gonna do it. So what up?
What up?
Word. That was a great build tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Enqi let him go, man.
Huh?
He was on point with everything, man.
Yeah.
Be careful with the fake pipes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy, man. He went in. I ain't know nothing about that.
Yep.
Yeah, he went in.
Cats getting,
fake pipes.
That's kind of bugged out.
Busting off with the fake pipe.
Yeah.
He said it gets infected. They got to chop the motherfucker off.
Chop it off. Shit.
Right. All right, y'all. We're going to get into the music right now. We got a dope. Are you a producer? Or just
I produce all that production that I put together.
Yeah. You producer. Okay. And a musician.
Yep. Yeah. There you go.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So AD, you tell me when we're ready.
Yeah, we're going into song promotions. We'll replay tracks submitted by up and coming and established artists and beat makers. Let's go. First on the list today.
Shout out to Voltage. I see you in the building. Cover.
Peace, vultures out there. I see you.
First on the list, we've got DJ Mojo Jojo from Switzerland with a track called "What Would You Do."
Okay, shout out to Switzerland. Man, we get beats from music from Switzerland.
Switzerland coming in.
And give me a second, cause here we go. So that was DJ Mojo Jojo.
Very unusual.
Track was called "What Would You Do?"
Very unusual to be heard by you. What you think?
Well, you know,
I'm vibing with that one.
No.
Yes.
What you think?
You know, a beat is a beat. Very unusual, unorthodox. I wouldn't rap over it, but you know.
So no.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to give him some inspiration. Keep on doing it, man. Keep working on it.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you know.
Working, because you got producers that's like, nah, okay, just keep working on your joint. You in Switzerland, eat some of that real chocolate. Don't get that milk. They got Switzerland.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's keep it moving.
All right, moving on. Next is Saiwu the God with a track called Fly With Me.
I think I remember Saiwu.
Fly with me, activate the vein that sets your spirit free. Grab a hold of me, connected to the source that sets your body. Oh yeah, I am the source you need. Young sister, take a moment there, take a look in the mirror. Tell me, what do you see? Is it the essence of a woman you were destined to be? No, don't you hide the truth. Everything in the universe is given to you. So aspirations are hard to reach. Come on and fly with me. Come fly with me. Activate the vein that sets your spirit free. Grab a hold of me. Connected to the source that sets your body. I am the source you need. Oh yeah.
Come fly.
I am the source you need.
Yeah, with the sparrows, Come fly with me as we journey through timeless existence. Resistance is futile. The essence of life is consistent with the heavens' astrological influence. I'm such a water babe.
I'm drowning in these living waters. Why waste time procrastinating? Me and my delegations be delegating through the constellations.
At the constellations, stargazing, sitting around scribes and soothsayers. No hesitating, no plan. Meditating on what they saying.
Conversation philosophically from the root to the root. God authored this autobiography. This is her truth.
And the truth hurts. What's worse? That I burst to conceive.
She birthed civilization. civilizations while he thirsts to deceive.
Ashes to ash,
Adam to Eve.
Mother Earth forms the dirt
From a formless universe.
Now nigga form something,
Transform something, raise your cumulus.
send your clouds out to warn something.
Storm something. I look inside myself to see myself project her shadow.
If I am the real, she supplies the bone marrow.
Together as we unite in flight like the sparrow. So let's fly.
Fly. Come fly with me. Activate the veins, set your spirit free. Grab a hold of me. Connected to the source and set your mind at ease. The source you need. Oh, yeah. I am the source you need.
Gotta get that fire.
All right.
That was hot.
Cool. How you like that? That was Saiwu to God. Fly with me.
What you think?
I give that one between a scale of 1 and 10. We give him a 7.
Okay.
7, huh?
Keeping it real.
What are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking around a good 8. A good 8. And the only reason why I said 8.
One up.
Yeah. Well, he might be hearing something that I don't hear. You know what I'm saying? But again, I think maybe the vocal should be turned up a little bit. Overall, I think the whole concept of it is awesome. The lyrics, the singing is dope.
I like it.
Yeah. I like it.
All right.
All right. This next one here is by Ken Andrew from New Jersey. Track is called This Is Me. Wait a minute. 1 second. That's what he said it was.
667.
But he labeled it differently. Make sure your MP3s are the same name as the song on the phone. Here we go.
Shout out to Cover Boy up in the building. You got everybody laughing. Cover Boy off the hook.
And I got an error.
Uh-oh.
And make sure your MP3s work. Let me see if I can convert it. If that'll make a difference here. Nope. Okay, so Ken Andrew, please resend. Make sure the track works. Because it's not working. And I can't even convert it. Okay, next. So I'm going to put a hold on him. Next, we're going to number 4, which is right here. Eric Romney. Where the hell is yours? Oh, there you go. Okay, so this is Fix. And he's from Soliga, St. Martin. The track is called Hater Proof 2.
Shout out to Guam, too, DJ Guam.
Say, I ain't really know if I should tell these motherfuckers my motive, cause I can't take no chances, I got no time for failure. I took bitch niggas out my life. Wish them all the best advice. Know it's double H, everything and everything that's behind. I don't have to let this slide, but I might push it to the side. I might pop off when I do decide. I don't know if it cross the line, we gon' cross the bridge one time. I don't expect another man to be like me, but I mean y'all bitch niggas can't be for real. Niggas ain't real at all. Nigga, I could tell what the fuck is going on at the corner, and I see a couple bitch niggas on the block. Got me like, nigga, what the fuck is up? Yeah, they got some clocks, but they ain't ready to pop on shit. When it's time for shit to pop off, I can see it in your eye. Nothing but a lie. You just lie, front all the time. On the front line, that's a flat line. But some niggas ain't gonna really get it till they die. Nigga, what a shame that you gotta get killed. Your blood gotta spill to get the drill. If y'all just chill, stop trying to be trill. Y'all niggas is bitches, y'all niggas with skill. Y'all niggas don't squeal already. Don't care if you kill already. Don't prove y'all niggas ain't real already. Yeah, yada yada. Shut the fuck up, bitch, nigga, chill already. Niggas know what you did already. Ain't got a ticket like you did already. Real nigga don't speak on like bitch niggas like these. Turn around and niggas selling me out like a bitch ass nigga. Just selling me out like a bitch ass nigga. Just selling me out thinking that I won't know shit. Selling me out like this all good folks fake. Selling me out like this all good bullshit.
He's near Cuba, Puerto Rico. What island is that?
St. Martin.
St. Martin, okay.
That bitch nigga won't get too far. Real niggas stay one step ahead, and bitch nigga we know where you are. Always in the limelight, like you scared of the dark. Faithful bitch, nigga, for the car. Fickle man in power, pause. Everybody real fucking lost. Everybody wanna be somebody boss. But ain't got the bars, I can't get that shit. Nah, no way, my brain can't comprehend that. No way, like how the fuck could y'all be so fake? I just can't get that shit through my brain. Just be yourself, it's gonna be okay. If I switch, it won't be okay. Cause when I switch, it's like be okay. Blade on the cage, heal your face. Blood on my knife, blood in my eyes. Read all the signs, there is no reason to hide. But in my heat when it fires and put them G's in the skies. They got me squeezing it blind. Too much of G's in the skies. These energies I despise. Energies don't go with mine. It'll be like the river. It's so easy to become a hater. It's not easy to congratulate, but it's so
give it up. That is
easy to become a
Fix
hater. It's not easy
with Hater Proof 2. Cool. Crazy to see how far away he's from, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. What you think?
That was cool. It was chill. It was good production.
Honestly.
Mix was all right. Production wise, it was
Give
cool.
him what you-
Yeah, 6.
I give him a 6 too.
Yeah, I give him a 6. I don't. That's not really my style, but it's put together well for people that's into that kind of music.
All right, moving on. Next, we got a submission here from Bragadino.
Bragadino. I heard from him in a minute.
Yep. It's called Truth Be Told, featuring Killah Priest. Video by Dario Thompson. Here we go.
King never wrote a scene this horrific. As God is my witness, what I write should make you all suspicious. Pardon the nigga, as I say what's in my heart, I guess it's just part of me venting. Cause like you, I'm from the park and the benches. So what can I lose but make a conscious decision? Cause I'm known as spaz when I'm asked my remarks in this business. In this game I do you in regardless of friendship. So excuse me when you reach for my palms and part of me flinches. It's not you, dog, it's the critics. They might catch me in the flick drunk with some strippers. And my girl see it, it's part of some sick photographer's vengeance. So many new people around, I gotta be sharp with attendance. I mean, it's great to MC, to display this art is a privilege. But now I gotta get down to dark in my sentence. I dream of dead babies, streams of blood, raining fire and brimstone, wipe the earth clean with floods. I'm drowning my face next to the meanest thug. I'm telling my testimony to the supreme above. Ain't I from thy genes? The priest was a king beloved. Then there appeared a bright being with white wings of a dove. It's lightning, people screamed and shoved. It's frightening, but I kept writing cause what I seen was the judge.
Yo, God is in the science, and so are the other men. In other galaxies with different climates and environments. God built the pyramids and wrote the hieroglyphs. Prophet with his knowledge pen created the pyramid. God is the islander, God is the father. Original man with dinosaur green blood made of copper. Man became monster, but land became conquerable. Whose fault? Not Satan, man is responsible. Then became hostile, I was dragging bone fossils. From Adam to Daniel, Rome, and the 12 apostles. Gotta be disciples of Gaia and Isis. Kneel at her feet and offer sweet sacrifices. For entrance to Polaris offers northern light spirals. Agartha, Borealis, not a folklore. Shambhala, innate, the Akasha, ayahuasca. Pasha is yogic, weed habit is rasta. Hypnotic and robotic, subconscious and preposterous. We're monstrous and don't even know it. How can we conquer this is consciousness? Come and get some knowledge with Bragadino and Tutankhamun, Giovanni, Borealis.
Nice.
Fire.
Nice. Yeah.
Fire.
That's dope.
I would have done a fade out at the end or end with an explosion, but
And a really dope video too.
Yeah, that's dope. I give him a 7 for that. Give him the God number.
I give him an 8 on that one.
Yeah, I give him a 9.
I give him a 9. There you go.
All right. Fire. Chat room likes it too.
Oh, fire.
All right, next up, we've got a track here from The Mark of Buddha.
Hey.
And this is actually a published track. It's on Spotify, and it's called
Shout out to the Mark of Buddha.
Robbed of Their Language. Oh, shit. Can I just play it? Gotta do it right there?
Shout out to our God, Heru.
Damn it.
Mom.
Hold up. Now I gotta open Spotify and search for this. I don't know why I can't play it right off the thing. Robbed of Their Language. Okay, here we go.
Racist, you don't even know what racism is. Get your fucking definition. Get your definition. Get your definitions correct.
It's the Markable.
I represent the ancients with the wisdom. Liberation of the minds, tearing down the system. The wicked ones are always praying for our very death. They condition us with self-destruction until there's nothing left. So we gon' switch it up by enlightening our people to release their minds from the grasp of this crooked evil. So I strategize and emphasize upon this mic. The tables turn, it's time to burn these demons out of sight. I once cracked a crooked cracker cop's fucking neck for starting up some shit he should've known what was best. Motherfuck the government for allowing all this stress. Cause every single day my people are put to the test. Being arrested or a gun to the chest. Isn't it clear that we treated less? We're killed in the streets for the world to see. Shit that there's no justice and peace. Desensitized the mark of the beast. A senseless nation, a mark of defeat. With patience in the dark I creep. On occasion I wake up to sleep.
This is Anton the phone. Hey yo, you see these fake attempts to be superior and claim supremacy, where they just stem from deep-seated anger that came from jealousy. Inferiority complexes sparked efforts to overcompensate and do what's morally wrong. Desperate to minimize the injured pride and bitterness. Society's prince arrived with their ships to try to order these conquests and committed genocide, the enterprise, and take the upper hand and exercise a hate and plus a plan to rape the motherland, depleting all the resources. Demons brought diseases on to each shore, they deboarded. Secret wars are either fought with germs or psychological. The process uses optimal to marginalize the target group and drill the fetus thoughts into their deep subconscious. Of course, they choose the melanated, keeping knowledge of the self away until they're relegated to indoctrination. Lots of ancient texts from sages desecrated. Rob the language from a population, they'll forget the greatness.
Hey.
That's all right.
Racist, you don't even know what racism is. Get your fucking definition. Get your definition. Your
dope. It was cool to hear Anton the Bum again.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
That was dope.
It's like a really advanced thing, but like in the mastering, I probably would play with the bass a little bit more because it sounds like it could bump a little bit more in my headphones. Like I want to hear that boom, 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 boom.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like a little tweak in the EQ, maybe compress the EQ on the low end a little bit. That's the only thing I would adjust, is I feel like it could bump a little more. That's a mastering thing you could do. Everything else is dope. That's the only thing I would add. You know what I'm saying? Is make it bump a little bit more in the mastering.
Yeah, I like it.
It was going, boy. Give him 8.5.
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah.
What you thinking?
9, 8.5.
8.5, 9. Yeah, man.
Just a reminder, I don't know if I should do this first, but if you guys are going to submit tracks for the song promo, you're going to go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. Please do not submit in the chat room or in the super chats. Go to that website so you can fill out the form. We can get it all right and make sure it's all good. You know what I'm saying? All right, continuing on. We got two more. Here we go. None other than Voltage Controller.
Hey.
Are you ready? I'm gonna take it from the top.
That's it.
Look at that.
Already.
Look at that machine. Look at the machinery though. He got the whole.
I like that sound right
there. You gotta go over there one day. That's crazy.
like that shuffle.
Yeah, it's like RZA type of. Already, right? I know you like it.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
Yeah, so far he's in the lead. He's in the lead so far.
Fire. I like the effects he's got on the wires. Green wires, green screen effects on the wires, that's dope.
Yo.
Uh-oh.
Open up the magnum opus. It's hocus pocus. The microphone is just like a magic wand. With Gandalf, the ghetto Gandalf, he rewinds. I intertwine with metaphors. Metaphors is exciting and look beyond the corridors. I soar like them condors. Rasulullah, the face of the golden falcon. Ultraviolet rays melting them seas when I gaze. I spray like spray paint. Rasulullah from the great state Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, peace the red sun. We glow like the sun. KP, the master.
Okay.
The Messiah, Lord, hold the microphone like a double-edged sword as we begin to explore. I write metaphors like hieroglyphics. It's prolific. I was gifted at the age of 9 years old. I gazed the stars, opened up. My face was printed on the atmosphere of Mars. It's the freestyle, Rasulullah, the child that was blessed from the Nile with a golden smile. Yo,
Hey.
freestyle for y'all.
You getting fire,
freestyle for y'all, a little freestyle.
Yeah, he killed it. That came out of.
Hey, K9 said, there you go, Soul.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
Hey.
I got mad styles. I can freestyle, man. I learned from the best.
Hey.
Black Thought. My main man, Chief Kamachi. Shout out to Kamachi out there, wherever you are. You know what I mean? All you got to do is ask. Dice Raw, all them. That's all my brothers. Rest in peace to Malik B.
Tall God I rule. A ball in the building. Well, that was natural too.
Yeah, he killed it.
Oh yeah, I had to learn how to freestyle because in Philly, man, back then I don't know how it is now, but back then you couldn't kick a written rhyme. Yeah, you couldn't. Yeah, they didn't allow you to do that.
That beat was fire.
That was fire.
That was fire, bro.
Very nice.
Melodic, very melodic.
Very nice. All right. Our grand finale, you already know.
Ka. Zodiac.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, we go. Oh man,
ready for this one?
This might blow. You gotta hold on to your seat for this.
Sacred visions.
Yo, my legacy is to never need. Forever free this for generations ahead of me. I'm a mixture of innovation and ecstasy. Sacred visions paint illustrations you never see. Yeah, my legacy is to never need. Forever free this for generations ahead of me. I'm a mixture of innovation and ecstasy. Sacred visions paint illustrations you never see. Nah, I don't believe what they telling me. I don't need what you selling me. Yeah, this is extra freedom instead of fees. This intelligence is a delicacy. Call the treasury, thought telepathy. The path's crooked, hold the staff, walking steadily. Morris Cherokee. This is Tel Aviv, fighter plane, psychic plane, cellular directory, memory over melodies. Walking on the green mile. With one thought, call your DNA on speed dial. Make it through the deep clouds, measure my trajectory. Over Can't enable, make my entrance at the embassy. Fresh to life, dressed in light, stepping over heavily. Tap dancing on the drops of rain. Scientific rap, lyric math, mantra, switch the tiger crane. I'm about to blow up in a sec like when you light propane. What's the price of fame? What's the cause of death? So a lost dream, withering and walking flesh. Lord finesse, Lord's breath, bliss of poison, more or less. Sick as they enjoy they best, pictured in the royal crest. Yeah, my legacy is to never need. Forever free, this for generations ahead of me. I'm a mixture of innovation and ecstasy. Sacred visions paint illustrations you never see. Yeah, my legacy is to never need. Forever free for generations ahead of me. I'm a mixture of innovation and ecstasy. Sacred visions paint illustrations you never see. Don't understand how they enjoying their stress. They let them live to employ them to death. The spirit lives when you destroy it in the flesh. Mirror, mirror, who is more than fresh? Born for success, like an eagle's first flight as he soared for the nest. Is it me, the world's light? I was born from the depths. Tide seas for the photo with the moors on my left. Mind free, sky seas to the shores that I swept. More than the depth, more or less thoughtful like chess. Why keep your body well dressed when your aura's a mess? Doctors needed more patience like you forward cassettes. They call it a test to solve, but the answer is you. Many lost in the spell, couldn't handle what's true. I saw the above hell, come examine the view. Man, on that if you could ever understand what I drew. No politely, my flow is godly. I be stressing their minds with no Pilates. Connect to the soul and body, develop my soul karate. My breath is on tsunami. Bars will make landfall. That Black Panther flow. They like Wakanda Mac and spit that old Wakanda rap. They give the globe, they prime them back. I'm hoping that they stand tall. A big ocean, why you swimming with piranhas at? I travel on a llama's back across the ravaged almanac. Of course, they plan us all to trap and soaring over man's walls. My legacy is to never need. Forever freed for generations ahead of me. I'm a mixture of innovation and ecstasy. Sacred visions paint illustrations you never see. My legacy is to never need. Forever free for generations.
Begins with the king as a boy, having to spend the night alone in the forest to prove his courage so he can become a king. Now, while he's spending the night alone, he's visited by a sacred vision. Out of the fire appears the Holy Grail, symbol of God's divine grace.
I love it.
Nice. Again, I mean, I don't know. There's nothing bad you can say anything about that.
Nice.
All of his videos are like an astral projection.
Mm-hmm.
It's the songs. Yeah. For me, yo, it's just it's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. The lyrics, and the visuals.
And you represent that copper color, yo.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Right. Shout out to Ka Zodiac, man.
It's a very unlikely beat too. Like, it seemed like the type of beat that probably would have had like a singer on it, but he went through it and made it his own, made it hip hop. Like, it's really cool. I'm not sure where he gets his beats, but
that was beautiful.
Yeah, he made that real sound nice.
10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I give him a 10.
10.
1,000 mics.
All right, once again, to submit your tracks for the next show, which is, what day is today?
Wednesday.
For Monday, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. All the info is there. Fill out the form, and that's the process.
Super Danny said we need Killah Priest and Zodiac. We got the joint. Oh, he said the album. Yeah. We got Royal Priesthood. We got a joint. We're gonna premiere that soon. We gotta do it soon.
Yeah.
The video. Hey, use your mind. Yo, that's gonna kill him. Yo, Ka Zodiac, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Terry Lewis. All right. So, yo, we didn't get to beat no Congos today, but I heard him.
I had yours in the car. I mean, I don't know what happened. My phone is probably some West Side Connection, some Tupac.
Right. Yeah.
That's what happened on my phone.
Yo, he did it over Tupac. Come with me.
Come with me.
You heard that, huh?
Yeah, it sounded like you wasn't even there. It just became a part of the song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. I like that. I was like, wow, I couldn't even tell.
Congos is the lifeblood of
The music, man. You heard what we did with your song. You know?
Yeah, and you're going to do 95 Bodega?
95 Bodega's on fire.
Yeah, man. Good
95
looking.
Bodega.
Yo.
95 Bodega.
There you have it.
Yes.
Yo, thanks to Minister Enqi for coming through. Dr. Enqi. Let's change that. Dr. Enqi for coming through. Shout out to Knowledge Born for making it happen. We'll be back soon. Everybody that's in the Podcraft, thank you for coming. And you know, AD.
Shout out to Flea.
What about the? Should I play the?
Shout out to Free. Oh, shout out to Guam. Yeah. The DJ from Guam, man. We got the joint. We did the joint out there, and he shot the video today. We saw Killer Whale. I'm going to do the. Did I send you the picture of the Killer Whale? The video?
Yeah.
AD?
Are you sure?
I don't know, but he posted it, so we could just go out with this.
Oh yeah, well that's the video. Well, here it is. Here's a premiere. DJ from Guam. Shout out to that brother. I'll be back out there soon. Shout out to Big Tree, everybody out there. And now we're gonna be out of here, man.
Yeah, we'll give a shout out to Gus, producer plug.
Yeah, Gus.
And Method Man. Today's Method Man's birthday.
Hey, happy birthday,
Happy birthday, Method
Oh,
Man.
yeah, happy birthday to Method Man, man.
Happy birthday, man.
Happy born day. Shout out to Voltage.
Yeah, he said Podcraft beer, no doubt. Shout out to everybody, man, woman, and child. Now,
shout out to Coach Conduct.
Yeah, where's the cry? Where's the cry at?
Shout out Dave Flores.
I was fading that out. I wasn't even gonna do the cry.
Oh, okay, let's go. This is DJ from Guam featuring Killah Priest. Love shots. Pow pow.
And
Peace.
we'll see y'all on Monday.
next week.
Stringer. Said, she right there. Conga Bobby.
Country with the monks, man. And the trees with the monkeys. Egyptians hold up keys.
Evan's fiberglass what?
Snake venom, great emblem, above a lake with naked women. Go through your heart with the stake, cause you shake feminine. Stop trembling. Entering the tea ceremony. Bread beads I wear is holy. I speak ghostly, witchery mostly. Hickory and smoky, sticky as foamy. The coven, you're moaning. The moon swollen, the wolves howl. Hooves pound, hell hears the hounds. And the doctors of your mind, your brain stolen. Disciples of Armageddon. Angel Michael with armor shredded. The war is law. Peace by your door. The chief speaks of the Moors. Eyes watch, one flinch, reach for your swords. Who's keeping score? You die, you weeping more. Teeth on the floor. This is savage madness. Practice, the world is backwards. Duck, duck, these are love shots. Duck, these are love shots. Book of Revelation, I take the head of Satan like Jason, hold it in front of the nations. Wings open up like a raven, unseen like the Masons, in the ring like the pagans. From the hills we be racing. During nighttime I write rhymes to fight crime. Superhero, the hookah widow, people in the loops in their earlobes. Star seas, Star Sirius, gods in the pyramids. War, here come they charge the villages. Star seas, godly, safari, alien armies, dark trees. Love conquers all. Love shots, love shots. Love conquers all, love shots, duck, duck. These are love shots, love shots. No blood drop, love shots. Dark horse, God force. Supreme Mike sauce, you are right off. The monk with the stick on the trunk near the pit. Never once sick, drunk till he piss. Fighter plane, my writing is strain. Alien blood inside my veins. Migraines, Killah Priest fill my fleet. Coming, sky thundering, hear the trump and the thump of the sword in your stomach. Witch hunt. Bodega 95, Omega, I'm a ride. Favor, I'm a raw. Sage, ganja for a jar. Love that neighbor even though he's a hater. Love, find favor. Swing the lifesaver, take the life. Neighbor, love shots. Love shot, pop, pop. These are love shots. Better drop. Love shots. Love shots. Pop, pop. There's no blood drop. Guam. My man told me he was a spiritual black belt. Chop out negativity. He can hand wrestle the devil.
X. Stupidness. Bringing righteous. We are fighters. Love shots. Pop, pop, love shots. Pop, pop. I'm a detective. For righteousness, I come in to arrest the devils. Drive them out of your heart. Give you something to smile back. Turn that frown into a smile. That light. It's dark inside your head. Turn the lights on. Love shot. Coming with our love shots. No blood drop, these are love shots. Love shots, love shots. No blood drops, cause these love shots. Michael top. Michael's off. Bible's in the loft.